Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the well, okay. Well. One sec, pals. One sec. I can fix this. I can fix it. Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're working on more Insignia dev, and I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now on Twitch and on good old YouTube. I do have an announcement to make. I'll make it right after the intro. I want to say welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Like I said, big thanks most of all to Bandit Pig for the most recent follow and Farolino for the most recent subscription. All right. I have something to say. Some news. It's big for me. Maybe not really big news for you. But we'll give it anyway. All right. So when I started this stream, it was the year 2018, and I was a man with no ties. I had a girlfriend at the time, and that's all it was. I was a young 26-year-old, 27, and just figuring out life. And eventually my now wife and I got engaged, and we had a long engagement. And got married in 2022, and almost like just over 3 years later, we are having a baby. The C stands for dad. The C stands for child, childbearing Eunice. So yeah. Baby Eunice coming sometime in the near future, towards the end of the year. So I'm very excited. We'll have to put the baby in the credits of the game as a development baby, because that's what it is. So yeah, I'm very proud. I told my whole family over the weekend, and wife's family and all of our friends, and everyone's really excited. I actually have we have to name the baby Insignia. We on my dad's side, well, on my side of the family, not my dad's side, my side of the family, I have 9 nieces and nephews. So my brothers and sisters have kids, and well, actually just my sisters. So among my sisters, they have 8 kids. So this will be the 9th baby. And so we're very well supported, and they're all really excited. This will be the first baby in the family that has my surname. So it's the first Eunice baby. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Now I get to celebrate Father's Day, or have Father's Day be celebrated in my name now. Hell yeah. What's the ETA? 4 years. Yes. Oh, it's Father's Day right now. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, we have it, but it's on a different day. Our Father's Day, I think, is much later in the year. Khaki shorts. I better start looking up some dad jokes. Khaki shorts, New Balance. Let's go. All right. So enough with that. Let's talk about what we're doing today. Chat, I got myself into quite a situation for Wednesday. On Wednesday, so a couple things actually. I should actually make other announcements. There are more announcements to make. Okay, the first announcement is that this Wednesday I will be at the University of Technology, Sydney, because I am giving a presentation. I'm giving like a 2-hour workshop-sized presentation at the UTS Tech Fest. Check it out. Boom. I am on the Wednesday. Check it out. Level Up Industry Insights from Adam C. Yunus from 2:30 to 4:30. I'll be there. If you're in Sydney and you are a student or just anyone interested in getting some insights, hearing me yap, I won't be here. I'll be there. That's a long session where I am... Well, if you watch the stream right now, you're going to hear me build this presentation because I'm not quite ready with it yet. So the next couple of days, we're just going to be working on this prezo, okay? And then... the Queensland Games Festival is on this Friday and Saturday, well, this Saturday. And I will be also appearing there in Queensland. I'm flying up to Queensland. If you are from Queensland, maybe you live in Brisbane, maybe you live on the Gold Coast, maybe you're from Cairns, please come down and listen to me be on a panel about game development, content creation. I'll be there with, let's see if I'll bring up the page, one sec. Do they have anything on it? I'm not sure if the previous day is actually included. Queensland Games Framework Industry Panels. Queensland Game Festival news. Let's check out the news. Maybe it's going to be there. I promise I'm involved in this. I will be on the Let's Play Streamer Summit, I believe. I think I'm going to be in this. Maybe not. I can tell you what I'm going to be involved in. This 3 p.m. panel on the Let's Play Streamer Summit program at 3 p.m. on Friday. I will be right here. Dev, streamer, or both. I might even play a Smash Brothers competition as well straight after. So yeah, this is gonna be sick. Hit me. Okay, so for that first announcement, TechFest, I have to be doing some work here on this presentation, and I've sort of mapped out what the presentation is going to be, but I haven't done any styling, and I still need to fill in some content. I'm going to borrow some stuff from other presentations I've put on in the past for universities and for YouTube, kind of just do a bit of a mishmash. And yeah, let's get into it. So maybe what I'll do, I'd love to run this by you. Presentation development. So, let me tell you kind of like what the brief was. Why do I want to do these? Because I get invited to do them, and then they pay me to do them. The Queensland one is like it's a tiny holiday for me. I get to go and meet a bunch of other developers, get to connect with our neighboring state and their game dev community. There's people up there that I'm friends with that I'd love to catch up with. There are opportunities for business up there for me. It's all good stuff. And yeah, I'm getting paid to go. So how could I say no? For TechFest, similar thing. I don't think I'm getting paid, but it's important for me to be involved in the community because that's just, you know, as a streamer, as a content creator, as a game developer, networking. Yeah. So let's talk about this presentation. So it's industry insights from Adam C. Yunus. Now, my involvement in the industry is obviously mostly as a game developer ambassador, but also a solo game developer turned director. And so they've given me a massive 2-hour span of time, right? And I'm looking to use maybe like an hour and a half of that time, hour and 20 with like content, maybe like 3 half hours and then half hour of like, you know, chat fielding questions from the audience. So the way that I'm thinking about it is, this is kind of what I promised that I'd talk about. Yeah, it's massive slot. And so why I make games, design and development, and then business and marketing. And I think when I first started working on this, I was just like dumping info into the slides, and it didn't seem very interesting to me. It was kind of like just me yapping about like game design theory and like psychological models for learning and UX, and talking about like different frameworks for attention and stuff. It just felt very dry. So instead, I thought, what if I reframe this as like how to make a game developer, right? Instead of, it's like making a game developer. And so I'm treating it like playing a game, but it's you're making, the character is you, right? So there's like different sections on getting into game development, staying in game development, making a career in it. So character creation is like very just like as a hobbyist, as a student, what you want to do, like how you sort of start, how you go from being interested to actually starting stuff. Then we've got grinding for XP. This is like moving into the how do you get job opportunities side of it. You know, how do you actually like start navigating from I just want to make games to I actually think I know something about games, and maybe I could start working on community stuff or game jams or doing stuff like that. Then I have making a game. So these are the sections are making a game developer, making a game, and then making a game business. Those are the three like sub presentations. So the first one is about personal skill development and opportunities. The second one is about literally game dev, and the third one is about game businesses. So the chapters are, starting the main quest. So how do you know when to commit yourself to a big project? When do you start taking risks? When do you apply for jobs if that's what you want to do? And then like your build. So like this is going to be about actual, my opinion based on my experience on specific engines, specific tech stacks and technology, maybe like models and paradigms. Like this gets a little bit in the weeds, but I thought if I didn't have the actual game dev insight, like actual stuff about making games, that it would just be me doing like, coaching, which is not all I'm good for. And then the escort mission. So like this is about building a relationship with players, how to actually like play test your game, how to use players as compass for game development and game design, right? Because it's one thing to like know that you want to make a game. It's another thing to know how to make a game. And it's another thing entirely to know how to make a game that's fun and how to build towards fun. So that's what this is. And then I've got the game business side. So creating a party is what you'd expect. It's how to actually finish something and bring people in on the journey. And that goes from it's players, right? How to like market the game to players, how to build a business, right? How to build a team, how to get grant funding, or even like outside funding, like actual pitching to publishers. Then I've got the dungeon, which is where I'm at right now with Insignia, which is the production side, right? It's one thing to have the team and have the deal. It's another thing to actually deliver the game, which I've got to add some more stuff to, and then starting a new game. So what happens if you fail? What happens if you succeed? How do you think about success? In the scope of all of this, right? With all this context, how do you, tie it all up and keep doing it? I think it's a really good framework so far. There's got to be maybe a little bit more storytelling in there, but that branding will come maybe tomorrow. For now, I just want to pack it with content. So let's talk about that. So where I think I want to work where it's thinnest and pad that out. And then this is kind of where I think it's weakest right now. So it's your build. And these first slides, it's like I wrote a little story. So like the story is, you know, the person, the developer dreams of becoming a game developer. They work hard to build skills. They take on something that they love. They learn how to actually build the thing. They learn to connect with players. They realize how hard it is to finish things alone. They realize it's hard even with a party, with a team, and then actually going to market and starting a new adventure. So like, that's kind of like my journey, but I'm trying to sort of make it more abstract. So it's going to be your journey. So the first section is just like about me as a person. What's my attitude towards learning and getting into game dev? Why did I want to do it? This section is broken out into 2 extras. So it's like my work experience leading up to becoming a game developer and even through content creation. And then recommendations as a result of this. So I'm trying to do it as like topic, sentence, the challenge, my experience with that challenge, and then my recommendations based on the experience. Boom. See ya. So, the build part is the part I want to spend a bit more time on. So, my question to you, chat, is how invested do you think you would be in, like, what do you want to know when it comes to like the actual technical game development side? Are you curious about what engines to pick? Are you curious about how to build like paradigms for games? Should I go into like a specific system and say, hey, this is how I built a feature of my game, or this is why I care about building editor tools? Is there anything that jumps out to you, those of you who aren't game developers per se, or who are more like hobbyists? Is there anything that jumps out as like, I wish Adam would talk about this, or I wish I could get a little bit of, just a bit of, you know, confidence building on this, not like a specific topic for you specifically, but like that you would find valuable for me to talk about? I'll let you, chew on that. So how to build things, engine staff, dialect system. So it's like, learn how to get a player. So it's like something like, I think, tooling. Hey, Acorn. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. What's up? Is that Bubsy? Hell yeah. Do you know my first game that I ever owned was Bubsy? Bubsy, the original Bubsy on the Super Nintendo was like, that was my jam. Claws encounters of the third kind. I can't speak for Bubsy 4D or 3D or 2, but the original Bubsy is totally where it's at. Today, we're working on a presentation that I'm going to give on Wednesday. And the presentation's it's like a 2-hour prezzo to do with game development from a game developer's perspective. How do you get into it? How do you keep doing it? How do you potentially make money doing it? Working on a project, staying motivated. Yeah, so I'm covering that in like this section here. Like these 4 rows here are going to cover like getting into it and staying into it motivationally. Is there anything on the technical side? I guess you wouldn't know what you don't know, but for those of you who are, I'm a Unity dev. I have done some Godot. I like it. Presentation's being held at a university. It's being held at the University of Technology, Sydney, so UTS. It'll be on Wednesday. I don't know if they're going to film it, but I could make a YouTube video out of the presentation. Like I could give the presentation in front of the camera and record it and put it on YouTube. How an indie dev does marketing. Okay, maybe I'll just like put some of these notes aside. So indie dev marketing. And then we had one for motivation. over long periods. How the engine works to with the UI. Yeah, it's such a deep topic, marketing. It's actually insanely deep, and it's unfortunate that AI is another one. AI. I have a nod to AI. I think I probably should spend more time talking about it than just a nod. Maybe I'll spend a bit more. Yeah, maybe I'll mention it just because I think, look, if I was a university student, I'd hate AI. But there's this fear, I think, that if you don't know about it, like you can hate it, but you also need to know how to use it, because if everyone else is going to use it, then you don't want to be left behind. So maybe I'll just bring okay, so we'll talk about AI workflows, how to use AI without losing your soul. I think that's actually a really good one, and that's actually going to dovetail really nicely into this. The value of editor tooling, building systems. That's actually a good one here. So maybe what I'll do is I'll start breaking these down into subsections, because it's going to take forever and it's going to be hard to figure out. So let's take this and move it down to here. And then it's going to be, so I want to talk about building systems. I want to talk about like dependency driven design, solid principles, contacting content creators, for indie stuff. I guess I'll just say it like right now. This is from what I understand about AI, my experience with it so far, this is like, I want to put it in like a sentence. So AI is unlike any other kind of tool that humans have ever created. On one hand, what makes it unique is that the handle is amorphous. AI can be a hammer, it can be a tractor, or it can be a farmhand, a whole person. The challenge is that it's not actually good at all of those things. And so being able to kind of oversee, or what's the word, to separate the value from the noise and build something solid is the skill. Unfortunately, or fortunately for humans, having technical ability to interpret good and bad output requires us to have the skills to do the work ourselves anyway. So, there's something like so dangerous about the promise of AI doing something that you don't know how to do. Like an AI artist who can't do art themselves will always lose to someone who knows how to do art. An AI programmer, for someone who can't program, is always going to output way, way, way worse code than someone who is a programmer, who understands what a good and a bad output is. It's been my experience, and being able to not overestimate or not underestimate what the AI is capable of is incredibly valuable. So it's essentially like being a middle manager to someone when you don't know how to do their job. How do you manage someone if you don't know how to do their job? You can't tell them they're working too slow or too fast, or if their work is good or bad. You just go, "You're doing the work? Looks good to me." You know? So like every manager. Yeah. And ultimately, like this is I mean, I've mentioned it out here, but I'll just for everyone else, just so that I can say it. Every human only has the hours that they put into every day. If you use an AI to replace your experience, you won't have any experience. People who build experience will always be better than people who have no experience. So like, we're all running the same race with the same brain power, with the same amount, hours. So how you spend yours will always be competitive. Like, if you're coming out of university and you're walking into a world full of AI and uncertainty, so is everybody else. So if you're spending your time productively building actual skills, that's the same thing everyone else should be doing. And even if the market is much more, even if the work is changing and opportunities are changing, actually being good at something and having good strong experience and being able to learn and teach yourself, being motivated, working hard, all of those things still apply, right? You can't actually get around hard work and intellect. And also, what else are you going to do? Right? Like you can't do anything else. You can either do nothing or do something. So you might as well do something, because that's all anybody else can do. Okay. Maybe we could put this somewhere, but for now. Hey, Papa Jat, Sweet Nanny Goat, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Thank you. Yes, I really think so, Nesima. I think the actual scary thing is the brain drain from people not being curious enough to learn how to do things. If AI gets good enough to produce flawless pixel art, would you use it in your games? Only if I couldn't tell the difference between it doing my exact art style and me doing my exact art style. But even so, like, I probably would be so picky about the output that I'd just do it myself anyway. Anyway, I don't want to get into it too deeply, but so building systems, apprentice design, yeah, managing scope. So this is all one topic. And then I think like separation of content versus systems. And then maybe like aesthetics. Like something about like intent the value of intent. There's something there as well that I'd love to talk about. These are all topics too, so like we could really go on pretty deep on this stuff. So I kind of want to pick. It's tough because I've got all these slides about like learning theory and all this stuff. I don't think I need all that. Even this stuff, I love it, but it's so dry. How do you feel about licensing Adam's style? I wouldn't be comfortable doing that. Design patterns. Yeah, I mean like... There's something here about flow as well. Workflows. So where was that thing about tools? Yeah. Workflows. And it's like tech, debt, velocity. That's so critical, that stuff. Maybe something about innovation as well versus execution. But then there's this thing here where I don't want to preach at people. I want to provide my experience and what I've learned. So maybe like, there's something about, I think I need another layer about, so there's this, right? And then there's like your, it's like the equivalent of your brand, your clan, your banner. Your flair. I'm trying to make it like a JRPG tech like a idea. Like your build is like the functional aspect, but then there's like how you express yourself. Like your something like that. I don't know. I'll make the names prettier later. So how do you develop a style? Oh, capturing the magic. How do you develop a style, and then it's like, so I've got stuff about that, and then like things about like rules. So this is nothing, hang on. I'll get back to that. So like the example would be building Insignia's art style, and then it's like Learning which corners you can cut. So like breaking pallet, breaking we'll get to that. So this will be like logo or posters. This will be about palettes and resolution. And then I want to do like a recommendation at each of these. So like I want to talk about the camera system for Insignia. That's something like make informed decisions that serve your game over rules other people defined for their games. Eventually, you are the subject expert on your own work. We'll get back to that. This is super interesting actually, because this is actually a design. There's a design example here that's really, really valuable that taught me a lot. This is about, I would say, like, the recommendation is do what works for you. Finding the most straightforward way to communicate. Not straightforward, but effective. Your ideas is going to stop it from feeling like work. Help prevent. So talk about this is lesson. This is example. It's like quality does not equal fidelity. So we've got building. No, let's do that. And then quality. So you have to meet the bar you set. Players are open to. There's something here about like efficiency. And then we have the communication. That's a good segue. So I think a really good starting point for this stuff is, well, I should probably talk about like referencing. So there's a few layers to the aesthetic question of like, how do I know where to even start building an art style? I think some of this it's like if you are just starting out copying, discover what you like about games that are in a similar genre. You can even start by copying styles directly, since they will inevitably, from released games, have been shaped by the to be practical Okay, that's good. There's something here about comps that's kind of important, but we'll get to that later. It's more of a business thing. So, man, the pitching thing is a huge aspect. Maybe I'll just do a whole separate thing. I mean, good luck. Depends on the kind of game you're trying to make. Even if you are self-publishing, you have to understand market analysis. How do you know where to spend your dollars if you're marketing yourself? They are a really raw deal. They are. I know. It's tough, but sometimes you don't have an option. Hey, Marcy Hyde. Welcome. That's good to know. Value over novelty, and then so like can you not just reuse that slideshow from last year? Which one? I got a few. This is from last year. This is from last year. 2 years ago. I've got a few slides. Which one are you thinking of? How was my friend? We haven't really chatted much. They haven't reached out to talk. What tool is this anyway? This is Figma. Yeah, they chatted a bit in the general channel in the Discord, and they seem to like the game so far. Last year, yeah, but I do a lot. What was the topic of the one that I did last year? It's a different talk, you know. It's not. I'm not just. I don't just say one thing all the time. I have different things I can say. Shipler? You were Shipler, right? Yes, it's a big document that I'm working in right now. Normally these would be in different pages, but yeah, like this is one slide, but like, yeah, it's a lot. They'll be showcasing a playable version of Fortnite on Figma. What? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? Okay. What can I do? I don't know what that means. Oh, you're talking about my pitch deck? Oh, that's a completely different document. This is not a pitch document. This is a talk that I'm giving. I want to get rid of these points. Right now, just hold on to them. Just let them accumulate. So this is the pitch deck, but that's a different document altogether. I might use this as like a reference inside of the presentation just to speak like to it. Yeah, but the pitch, this is not, I'm not pitching the game to people here. I'm teaching, I'm like giving a talk to uni students. Okay, so scan camera if you're reaching it. Yeah. So that's really good stuff. Let's go back to the technical side. Learn how to actually build things. How do you engineer stuff? Value of editor tools and workflows. Tech debt. Velocity. How to use AI without losing your soul. That can be a whole separate thing here. And then all this stuff becomes relevant. No, let them come. Let them come and throw themselves against the shore, against the rocks. I did it. Okay. That's not how you spell that for sure. Is it? Okay, fine. Well, this is how it's presented. That's what this is supposed to be. I'm not actually saying that it is this. Maybe factory is too big. Vehicle. Yeah, I was just trying to say it can present that way. It can be sold to you as that. Not that it is that. Hey, Gouda. Okay, enjoy the lake. The tiles. Yeah, we kind of found out what was going on there. So this thing here is kind of like a separate thing. Let's just take all of this, duplicate it. Let's take this, and go away. And then this and this goes away. And now let's think about this topic of managing scope and the value of intent, aesthetics as communication. So there's something here about how much does the game need to be when you're building it. I think there's this struggle, and this might be the last thing I say. Maybe it's here. So challenge. How big does the game need to be? The content question. Okay. So there's the building the systems, which lets you say, oh, I can do a dialogue system, I can do this, I can do that. The content side of it has more to do with, there kind of needs to be a relationship between these two. I think this is getting into some of this philosophical stuff I was talking about up here. Maybe I'll make it more like content-led versus systems-led. That's kind of what this is. And then I'll talk about cutscenes. And then a recommendation. Oh, there has to be a thing about optimization here. Okay. I feel like this is... Can I get 2 hours out of this, do you think? I'm trying really hard. I now have like a lot of... This is... The development side is getting really big now. Yeah, it needs to be like an hour. It's like an hour and a half plus half an hour of like question answer. So it needs to be like a 20-minute talk, a 40-minute talk, a 30-minute talk. I got roped into giving this presentation, and I allowed the person who's running this to tell me what to talk about. I was like, hey, whatever you want me to talk about, I'll talk about it. And they were like, Adam C. Eunice is going to share all the industry insights, how to be a game developer. So the topic is literally Adam gives you all the secrets. This is what they wrote. Experiences with indie game development and running up on hill his own game studio. Get insights on necessary skills and pathways on the road to game development. How Adam applied them on his current project. I can do that. I think it's fine. Anyway, the way I'm framing it is like, it's like a, let's make a game developer. And you, the developer is you. Maybe I'll do something like this. So it's like character creation is like deciding that you want to become a game dev and what kind of game dev you want to be. What are your attributes? How do you lean into those attributes to start your career? And then there's like getting experience, professional experience, and moving up from being a dabbler and a hobbyist into making actual stuff and getting paid for it, and then taking on your own project and approaches to development, and then business and marketing, production teams, that kind of stuff, release. So it is a lot, but I think it will be okay. I think I just need to find a very clean style while I'm talking about this stuff. Yeah. and then lots of visual imagery just to drive the stuff. Lots of examples, lots of imagery that I just pulled from the internet. I'm not going to like create any assets for this. I'm not going to like draw, title slides with hand-drawn art or anything. I don't have time for that. So, and I actually have tons of art from the game anyway, if I need it. So, let's like do a quick rundown, and then we'll just take notes as we go about things that, if you could even comment things that you would want me to talk more about, or if I'm getting boring staying on one topic for too long, just let me know, because I don't know if these sections are good or how deep they should be or whatever. So this might take us like 25 minutes to just go through the broad strokes. And then if there's stuff that like you really want me to go deeper on, I can add that in and we could spend time on that. So, okay. So who am I? I guess this should come right after. Excuse me. That should come right after that. So let's make a game, developer. It's me. This is what we're going to talk about. This is who I am. Hello, I'm Adam. Let's get started. So maybe I need like a slide about the presentation format. And then this is like 1, 2. We'll get to that later. But okay. I know it won't be this picture. So, character creation. This is all about you and how to know you want to make games and how I knew I wanted to make games and what that looks like. Just to get familiar with each other. So, you dream of becoming a game developer. That's why you're here. That's why we're talking about this. The challenges that you face in this phase that you're in is, how do you know what you want to do as a game developer? How do you know it's worth even trying? How do you know that you're smart enough? And where should you put your energy, right? There's lots of fears and anxiety because you don't know anything. But you think you might want to become a game developer. You just don't know what that looks like yet. And my answer to that question is, anyone can do it. If you want to, you will. Games and game developers come in many shapes and sizes. And then I talk about me, my shape, my size. So I started as just like a kid in high school who wanted to make games and who really liked playing them. That was really it. I just liked doing fan art and web comics and sketching and stuff like that, right? I was just into that stuff. I also wanted to be a YouTuber. And by the time I was, in my early 20s, I was sort of, or late teens, 19, 20, I was kind of like making stuff just because, right? Like just because I wanted to. And through university, I learned a bit more about game dev and eventually started actually dabbling in game jams. So I started just making stuff. And yeah, eventually that led to this game Insignia. I bit off way more than I could chew, but I was obsessed with the idea of making this big game, this action adventure. And there were games that I was playing at the time that were inspiring me. So I had this confidence, super ill-founded confidence, but I'm glad that I had it. And I got started. And that's kind of the short version of kind of how I knew I wanted to be this and kind of what led me to the point where I started working on this journey, really. It was really just that I liked it. I was attracted to it, and being bad at it didn't stop me from doing it. So discover what excites you, do studies, mock-ups, experiments, tests. Don't put pressure on it. Just enjoy it until you have confidence in what you like. It's okay to be cringe. So that's kind of like the first part. maybe I could talk a little bit about, let me know if I missed anything there. I could talk a little bit about artist versus designer versus engineer, different aesthetics and appeals. So like, you know, there'll be people in there, there'll be people here who relate more to this or this or this. And that's okay. I mean, there's lots of space for that. I mean, there are other things you can do also, but I think making games specifically, like as opposed to like voice acting inside of games, I think you have to kind of come from one of these points, at least. You can't have none of these, I think, because you can't really make anything if you can't create the art, or at least think about the creative aspects of it, and you can't build anything, then there's not much way to get into, you know, making games. Yeah, idea guy. Maybe talk about myself. Enjoyed how I like satisfied these internal drives. I think that's really important. I talk about it later. Like, you have to like doing this stuff. You have to like it. You can't just want to be a game dev as like it would look cool on my resume if I was one, or like I would get girls if I was one, or something like that. Okay. So you know that you want to be a game dev and you're interested in it more than just a passing thing. You want to put time into it. So how do you grind for XP? So you had a dream. Now you want to build the skills. How do you actually get better? How do you learn on your own before anyone else gives you a chance? So my top-down lesson is applying yourself is all you can do. Even in the midst of AI growth, turbulent markets, etc., your job is just to spend time. That's all anyone else is doing. Do anything, literally. Just do lots of stuff and it'll pay off quietly. Pick increasingly more focused goals and work towards them. That's a few different ideas there. Maybe I should split this out. But that's kind of like the top-down version. And then the example of this is obviously my career. So while I was working on Insignia, you know, I did a lot of game jams. Some of them are shaped Insignia. Some of them were me dabbling with engines. Some of them I actually got really close to winning those jams with. Some of them became their own games, which is great. Being present on the internet, you know, having a presence there gave me opportunities to actually get contract work as a pixel artist. I did ads for Asus, and I did a bunch of little contract jobs, sponsorships, all kinds of things that came my way before, you know, not ever working in a game studio. Just like people running businesses wanting to work with people who they found on the internet, and I was on the internet. So, you know, there were ways here to build actual career opportunities just by doing what I loved, right? Just by being involved in making stuff. And that led to actual paid work. Like, I literally, like, last year I was paid to make a game for a museum as a job, full contract job. Also, like, collaboration and networking opportunities come from it too. So just by doing stuff and being present and not giving up, you will become like part of the furniture in your industry. You know, the experience that you have if you don't give up will outweigh the experience of people who give up or who have just started. So literally just do it, and eventually you will have more experience than the average person, and you'll have more to say, more to offer. So build a portfolio of work that represents your intended discipline by, well, yes. Do game jams. These are game jams. Take work when it comes. Say yes to whatever feels like like you might learn something from. You don't know where it will lead. Mentors are very valuable. If you can find yourself working under an expert, that's gold. Be aware of when you're in a situation that isn't working out. There's always more out there. So this is in like working for other people. And then be motivated in your learning to gather technical skills that you think you'll want to use professionally. Use the software the professionals use, learn to use them practically. Don't wait. There's something here about like, don't count yourself out. Don't gatekeep yourself. There's something here about imposter syndrome that I think I should probably mention. Maybe at the end of the section, there's like a takeaways thing. Imposter syndrome. What else? There's a psychological element that I really, really want to get in there. It's something about like, there's like the mentality side. Yeah, imposter syndrome, burnout. That's a huge one. Motivation. Any other major ones? They're sort of similar, motivation and burnout. Productivity, maybe, or something like that. Is there anything else you guys are really get like that stop you other than money and time? Psychological things? Well, I think of imposter syndrome as its own thing. I think of motivation and burnout as related. Is it better to start small projects first or a medium project that the dev might have passion for? Like a focus, one task at a time mostly. That's an important one. I think it's just like doing it right. But that's kind of like, I talk about doing it right all through here. Like, how do you make something? maybe just like something about mistakes. Yeah. There is something missing here. Because like all of this is like making a game. There's something here about, someone said like small games versus big games. I think that needs to come right, it's at the top part of this section. So I think I want to just like quickly talk about small versus big. But I sort of do talk about it down here eventually, towards the back. Yeah. Yeah, this here. I guess I do talk about it. Okay. I think I'm going to take this and make it its own thing. Dude, imposter syndrome is like defined my last the last 8 years of my life has just been imposter syndrome. It's been like a constant struggle. Social media really hurts. Content creation really, really hurts. It's like one of the hidden dangers of doing content creation. It's just like how much it makes you feel like an imposter. All right, maybe I can actually just take all of these three and give them the same fill now. Okay, so we're still moving. Sorry, I got confused there. So making a game. Let's talk about it. Starting the main quest. So this is on... Yeah, I'll talk about it. So at some point you'll want to... There's a game that you want to make. Lots of people, I think, especially the artists, come from it from this angle. They don't go, I want to build games. They say, I want to make a game like this one. This inspired me and now I want to make something like it. So there is this distinction, I guess, between small games and big games. Maybe we'll talk about that. And particularly, how do you know when you want to commit yourself to a big project? Maybe we'll talk about that for a bit. When do you start taking risks, right? When do you apply for jobs? These are 3 separate challenges, but maybe we should split them out. I don't think the applying for jobs, well... I guess it's just that. Oh, big sneezes. So there's, I guess this comes first. Okay. So there's something here that I'm not, this is like emotionally committing to doing something and then me assuring you that it's going to be all right. But then there's this other question of like, should you make small games? I think the thing is about this, should you make small games? I guess we could cover it first. This is kind of like its own, it's like a whole separate thing. So I guess this comes here, and then this is its own certain challenge. So I think the thing here about it is all time in the saddle is valuable. This is Pokemon, right? This is like Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander. Actually, Bulbasaur's in the middle. You know, Bulbasaur, you'll have an easy time getting to the 5th badge, but you might find it harder to go further than that. Charmander, you're gonna struggle to even get out of Viridian City. But you're going to be learning skills that are going to pay off in the long term. So I think it's just comfort. I don't have any like major examples here, but I think it's sort of like the difference between like, you know, there's like, you're building different kinds of businesses. Right. It's kind of like the Charmander thing is like You know, there's like IP, there's like studio, team, there's, you know, large funding. There's a lot of stuff in there, right? Whereas like here, it's like solo, probably more like simple, or like mechanics driven. Maybe like I don't know how to describe it. It's more like experimental. It's hard to explain the differences. I don't think somebody who makes small games could direct a big game without having to then still learn the relevant experience towards directing a big game. Like, understanding budgets and productions is such a different skill to like just making a single player, like a mechanics driven, you know, platformer. Like I made a platformer on mobile. I never had to think about the amount of stuff I have to think about as a director. I was just like, oh, make the game, make levels, release. You know, it was a completely different experience. But obviously I couldn't go as far with that game as I wanted. I had to sort of say goodbye to it after 6 months because it was like, okay, well, it's done now. If I want to put more energy in, I have to make it worth it. Does marrying a lawyer help or not? Yeah. If you marry a lawyer, they won't do your legal work. They'll refuse, but they will tell you when to not make stupid decisions. They'll tell you when something's a bad deal or a bad contract or needs more refinement. It's not crazy. Figma has its own slide deck feature. Also, what slide application lets you look at 5 different presentations at once? But actually, Figma has slides in it as like a baked-in feature, so you should definitely get in on that. Check it out. Nah, Prezi's lame, man. We need that power. I need my, like, space cannon. I need my nuclear warship. Okay. So, how do I talk about Arrowbound? So Let's go. Hey, dragon. I've been working so much that nothing entertains me. It's like I can't get into anything. Yeah, I get that feeling a lot, actually. The other day, I had like 4 hours to do something, and I sat down at my TV, and I went through like my back catalog of games that I thought I might want to play, or even games that I started playing a couple of years ago and didn't pick up again. And I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to play any, like I think I want to play Tactics Ogre because I never played it end to end. It's like $70. Screw that. I think I want to play Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics because I know I want to play that. It's $50. People, I don't want to play that now. I've got this 3DS with all these games that I downloaded the other day. I don't want to do that. You know, there's this like constant like, do I want to commit the time to starting a new thing, or do I want to play like 20 minutes of Fortnite because it's on my PlayStation? I just whatever. Yeah, I am. Well, Dragon, please. I do make a game on this stream, but today I'm preparing for a presentation. Presentations are yapping, so I will be yapping. Yes, I'm giving a presentation at a university on Wednesday. So if you want to see game dev, you have to tune in on Thursday, and then after Wednesday we'll be doing more game dev. All right. Yeah, because it's like a 2-hour presentation. Okay, so how do you know when to commit yourself to making bigger commitments? Let's just keep doing that little rehearsal here. The easiest way to succeed at something is to love doing. There's something else here I wanted to do, which is to talk about, this is like, so this is take away, and then this part here goes there. And then at the end of this, I want to do advice as well. Okay. So, let's go back to here. Making a game, starting the main quest. So, in our developer journey, this is the part where you take on something that you love. The challenge is, should you make small games or big ones? So, if I do this, I want to go get rid of that. I guess I'm already there. No, I'll take this and bring it into there. And then I'll say there we go, that's better. You can't interact for free. I mean, you're interacting for free right now. Okay. So, should you make small games or big ones? And then explain a little bit about small games and big games. And then example, small game, arrowbound. Started this, da-da-da-da. I'll do a few slides on this. I guess could say started out as a jam. No, we're already there. Okay. Now, big games. I feel like maybe giving a lesson right after I explain the challenge. It's hard, but cool. I mean, that's actually pretty cheap, to be honest. 50K for 5 months. 50K a year, but 5 months up front. 20K. What's your portfolio like? Well then, I don't think you're probably worth it. All right. Challenge, big games, easy way to succeed, have something you still love the doing, 1% fish opportunity, and then Insignia, sketchbooks, demo, player feedback, old posters, old logos. This, I think it's not about this. I think this is, I talk about this later now. I think it's more about the features of making a big game. So like reworks, that kind of stuff. I like this slide, but I think I'm just going to put it out here for now. And then like reworks. Fighting with the value prop / productions realities / workflows / opportunity. I don't know if I talked about this in my Game Dev Hell video. Hang on. G'day pals, welcome back to a new video. Today we'll be discussing... What about the 3 versions? Discouragement, dissonance, disorientation. Maybe disorientation covers this. And the final circle of disorientation. Let's talk about it. You can build a game competently. You can think about the story that you're trying to tell with your elements, right? And how they go together to make a fun experience. But somehow you still aren't able to get to this release point, right? You're still dragging on the game. The third circle, talk to me, Adam, of development hell is the hell of understanding the identity of you in production day to day. Remember, at the start of this, most likely, more than likely, you are a hobbyist first. You are someone who started game development because you like the technical side. You like making things. Your passions, your animations, it's your code, it's your story, it's your script, it's your music and sounds, right? Making a game sometimes requires things that aren't that. Making a game requires marketing. You have to tweet about your game every day. You have to... Yeah, it's sort of related to this, but not quite. There's something here that's valuable to talk about. It's to do with like opportunity hell. I don't know if this is a common problem for other people, but like if you are making something and you've put a bunch of time into it, at a certain point, it has to be good enough to meet the time you've put into it. I guess it's like rising standards. It's like the curse of improvement. We'll call it that. Like there's this constant thing that I find I'm always fighting against with Insignia, and it's been like 10 years of this. Your game is getting better over time, and your opportunities to release the game, maybe like after this long, you could hypothetically like release what you've got. But if your quality of your game, if what's worth people paying for it, so like people might only pay for something if it's above this line. So like even if you've technically like done a thing and it's like ready, it's like this isn't worth the money that people would pay for it, right? So it's like this is like player acceptance or like marketability. And this is like investment. Min MVP. So like the line of, or even just viability. Viability. There we go. So you might not get to a point where you've got something that's viable until after you've invested a whole bunch of energy. And before you've gotten to this point, how do you even know you're going to get there? Because what if the actual investment looks like this? It's like, sorry, this is quality. We'll call it investment. Or like production quality. This is investment. Okay. See you, bro. So the challenge here is like, yeah, you might not get to a point where it's obvious that you can actually sell your game in a way that's like, it's only going to be worth it if you cross this line, but you don't know whether or not that's going to get there. It could be like this, right? And viability might become harder over time as the market comes up. Right, so as like time goes on, years pass, the market is like, hey, you need to be at least this good now to release your game and have it be a profit. So like your ability to improve needs to be faster than this curve. And it still has to beat the total amount of investment you've put into it, right? That's a lot. As the investment goes up, you need to be even better. So you're not just hoping to pass this line, you're hoping to like cross it with a huge threshold. That's where I'm at anyway. That's the struggle of making a big game. I see similar reasoning from games. Yeah, like this applies to both. It applies to both, but with a small game, it's typical that you put a hard lock on the time that you want to spend on it, and you go, it's not worth it. We're not going to get there, and you just move on to another game. There's like a promise of, well, the next game, we take what we learned and we make the next game, and that's going to, all of our tech, all of our lessons are going to help us make something even better starting tomorrow. Whereas with a big game, it's like the sunk cost fallacy is heavier. You know that your ideas are good. You know it's going to be fun because eventually it will be, because as long as you're moving forward, it's getting more fun every day. But how do you know when you're at a point where this has crossed that line, if ever? It's very hard. So it's just, I think the validation is harder to do. And because the investment is higher, it's less disposable. So $27 million? Bro, Order of the Sinking Star cost $27 million? That's insane. Is that real? That's actually absurd. There's no way he's making that money back. Just saying. There's no way that game makes 27 million. That's my hunch anyway. Maybe it does, but I unless it's amazing and it breaks the mainstream, 27 million that's big money, man. That's like 400,000 copies across like 5 different platforms each. You know, you gotta sell like 1 million units 2 or 3 times over. You gotta sell like 1 million units, right? $30 game, $40 game, $50 game, 1 million units. He might make 27. Yeah, but I don't know if The Witness is like, when you say like made, do you mean like gross or like net? I haven't played Order of the Insignia Star, so I don't really know. But 18 million invested and 18 million recovered after everything else is a very different conversation. Like if your game sells 18 million copies, well, $18 million worth of copies, you might get 6 million of that, you know, 12 if you're self-publishing. So to spend 27, The Witness sold 1 million copies on Steam. That's actually crazy. Wow, I'm very surprised by that. I like The Witness. 1 million copies is a lot. But yeah, I guess I probably sold similar numbers on PlayStation too. That's very impressive. Those are huge numbers, especially for a puzzle game. Because like I played Braid and I played The Witness, and I like both. Braid appealed to me more. I thought The Witness it's a game I picked up because of Braid in a way. You know, like I liked Braid so much that I got The Witness. And if The Witness had come out first, I might not have picked up Braid after that. Like The Witness didn't affect me the way that Braid did. And even Braid, for me, part of it was like Indie Game the Movie. Yeah. Look, I think that The Witness is it's accessible as a game. It's like mechanically, it's very simple in what it's asking you to do, and it does a lot of very clever things inside of that framework. So low barrier for entry, high ceiling. There's a lot of content in it. It's objectively a good game. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I think marketing that, I guess, if you can market into the mainstream, like if the brand of Jonathan Blow is big enough, then yeah, I'm sure he probably could. I'm sure he could do it. I just don't know. I don't know what the third Jonathan Blow game, how much weight that carries in the market. Him being like around for so long does help. I think people are very risk averse when it comes to purchases. So just knowing that like, oh, this is the guy that made that game and he's back and let's give him a chance. I think that's probably working in his favor for sure. I'll be honest, I'm not currently sold on Order of the Sinking Star. Like it's not a game that appealed, that I don't know enough about it, but I feel like that's a problem. Like, just looking at it, I look at it and I'm like, this feels like a mismatch to me between the brand, right? Like, who is this lady? it feels like it's like a character-driven game, but I actually don't. When I look at gameplay, I'm like, this isn't about characters. This is something else. And to me, like just seeing this like top-down puzzle thing, I'm like, is that really? What do they call it? Sokoban? Is that the genre? There's something about it that's like, my brain's like, eh. But I mean, this is the thing. If it's genuinely a really good game and word of mouth is carrying it and it's got Jonathan Blow's name behind it, then yeah. What's the price point that he's going for here? That's a really cool, man. That zoom in was really cool. We don't know the price. I feel like that's going to be a big it's going to mean a lot for this game. If it's like $20, I might just pick it up. Sorry. But if it's like, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Well, actually, that's not that big. It's big, but it's not like, maybe it's much bigger than that. Yeah, $20, I feel like I might just drop it. I might just drop the money on it. If it's like 40, 50 Australian, then that's really hard. But you're probably right. I mean, it's a very different proposition, I think. Making a game that's this... It's so, again, simple, accessible. His brand behind it. It looks good. It looks pretty. For me, I felt this way with The Witness. The Witness, I did not enjoy. In the sense of like, I kind of felt like I was just playing it rather than engaging on like an emotional level, or like I sort of was like, the fact that it was just puzzles, like just the not slide puzzles, but the drawing the line puzzle. That mechanic to me, I just felt like I was doing a Sudoku book. Like someone had given me 100 Sudoku puzzles and I just had to do them one at a time. That's kind of what it felt like. I have a feeling that's just how Jonathan Blow likes to design his games. So if this feels like that, I might not be in for it. I might not be interested. If people rave about it, I'll give it a go. This is Order of the Sinking Star. This is Jonathan Blow game. Yeah. The name's really cool. The art's really cool. I'm not sold, but maybe he will make 27 million. Maybe he'll make that back. Wow. That's cool. That's great. I mean, if a game is good, I'll only be happy for it. I'm not going to be upset if a game is good. So more good games for more players is good for everybody. Small game dev can be like these are disposable. Yeah, big games. Recommendations. Do I want this? Let's look at it. If you love what you're doing and you find things aren't working for your expectations, take it as a learning opportunity. I mean, of course, have a clear mission. Even if your first game isn't the ultimate goal, knowing why it's important to you and growth is number one. for not burning out. Take the time to ask yourself these questions. Reflect on what inspires you. Regularly. I mean, Insignia is a very different game. I'm not sure Jonathan Blow would like Insignia. We're very different game devs. I probably have more in common with Phil Fish as a game dev. But even I would say Phil Fish has a lot in common with Jonathan Blow. Maybe I'm even more like, if there was a sliding scale of mechanics to story, I'm even further in that story direction than Phil Fish is. Fez is an incredible game, isn't it? It's such a shame that he had a bad relationship with the industry, because I think Fez is one of the best games I've ever played. It's so good. It's such a shame. If only he was a little more emotionally mature. If you're looking to specialize, become a voice actor, 3D modeler, starting a hobbyist, this isn't really part of that anymore, is it? Let's get rid of that. You know what's amazing about Fez? It's not just a really cool mechanic. It's also really aesthetically pleasing, and the world that's crafted around it has so much lore and depth in it that it's very confidently presented. It's got a clear package. You know when you're done with Fez, and there's also a bit more if you want it. But it's very well proportioned. There's not too much fat anywhere. It's got just enough personality and character in it to make you love the characters, even if they're just like tiny lines of dialogue. It's got like a story moment. The music is amazing. It's just so tight. I can't help but think some of that's luck, but even so, what do you say? You just be grateful that a good game like that exists. Okay, so learn to build things. How do you actually engineer things? Value of editor tools. How do you know how to make things, and how? There's kind of two sides to this. It's like how to make things and then knowing what to make. I guess that's what I'm doing here. The value of editor tools and workflows, tech debt, velocity. So this isn't really an example. Nor is this. Disaster Piece is so good. He's so good. Building systems. It's almost its own column, isn't it? But I want this to be case study driven. I think this could be in like the engine thing. There's kind of like an engine question here that maybe we could talk about. So this is actually good because I've got a bunch of stuff about this already. Dude, this presentation's gonna be massive. It's so big. Picking an engine, and then it's even like dude, this is a whole separate conversation. Like, is it better to work inside of an engine that forces you to do things a certain way versus in an engine that allows you to do more? And I think there are two strategies here. I guess it's more about the difference between engineering versus art. If you just care about making your art and you don't care how the fidelity is, then you can use Game Maker and make a game, or like RPG Maker, you know, and make an RPG Maker game. And that is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're the kind of, I don't know, like, should I recommend that developers be talented enough and experienced enough to extend engines? Is that something worth aspiring to? Or is that just something that people do sometimes? And if you're not that person, then that's fine. I don't know how to frame that in this conversation. It's worth referencing. I just don't know what it means. Sorry, I just thought of something and I want to do it. Wait, what? How'd that get there? Let's just do one thing at a time here. Sorry, I just realized that like the indentation that I was using was just making it hard to even really appreciate how big the presentation was. So I decided I wanted to fix how I did indentation. And then if I really want, I can do this and then make this happen and bring it back the way it was. Did I drop Godot? I wasn't really ever working in Godot consistently. I tried it for like a week. Let's say you finish the game. Will you take a break or will you jump back in with another game? I'll take a break. Will it be broadcast on YouTube? I'm not sure. I might just make a YouTube video out of it anyway, even if it's not. Okay. There's a quote like that I'll grab. It's give a man a game engine. I think it's give a man a game engine, he'll... Let's do that. Because they've got the day and the lifetime thing in there. that's my little joke there. I know, but I don't think that's what I want to say. There's something about game engines that I remember reading. I've seen this, but what I'm talking about it predates this. It's the teach a man to make game engines. Teach a man to make game engines. No, I don't think we're gonna find it. It's a much older joke. So it's really a question of like small engines will limited tools will force you to be creative inside of their constraints, which is good for releasing a game one day. You might have missed what I said before. What did you say before? I have something that is worth telling for someone starting out. It might seem obvious, but making the games that you want to make straight. I fell into the trap of making a project to learn, and the next one will be the one I want to make. I did that for 10 years and still haven't made a game for myself. So you're saying you wished you had just gone for the big game instead of just dabbling for 10 years. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm trying to make sure I interpreted that correctly, because I do have a section on that. If you want to make story games, make story games. Yeah. I think, we talk about it a little bit. Well, I guess I don't make that exact point, but it might be worth making it. I think I say here, like, I think I should probably say it somewhere. Basically, because I'm on the opposite side. I went straight for my story game. And I find it hard to scope. Sometimes I think I should have made small games to help me learn how to scope. But then I think I'm getting there. If I had made a different kind of game to the kind of game that I'm making, I might have learned different kinds of skills than the skills that I need right now. That's how I'm aligning what I'm saying with what you're saying. You're saying learn the skills that are relevant to your goals. Don't learn adjacent skills and then think, well, one day I guess I'll learn the skills that I really need. Has to be in the genre that you want. Yeah, has to actually work towards a goal. So that's kind of what I was saying in one of these slides. Have a clear mission. There you go. That's the slide. I could frame it more clearly to what you're trying to say, but for me, it's like, don't make games that don't contribute to your journey. Don't work on something just to work on it. And if you know why, if you've made peace with why you're working on this thing, it'll be easier to do it. Yeah, there's a broader theme here that I talk about in a few slides about having intent about your growth. Yeah. That's kind of up here. Yeah, we get there. So, working with constraints versus breaking them. God, it's already 4 p.m. I need to optimize workflows and innovate on systems, on gameplay, mechanics. Con. You may find yourself continually expanding the capability of your project. Yeah. This is like, it's like start wide and narrow. That's what the advice is. Do whatever, find what you like. Once you know what you like, work towards a specific outcome in how you express your intent, how you explore, how you build a career. It's once you start investing emotional energy with results, with expectations. Once you have expectations, then you have to have intention. Yeah, people have very different understandings of this. Like, people look at me and sometimes I say Insignia is my first game, right? And so it's like, oh, your first game, you took off this massive chunk. But actually, like, Insignia wasn't even in my first 10 games. Like, this is 8 projects that I worked on before I started working on Insignia. This is 6 more projects that I worked on as jams before I finished Insignia. This is a game that I released while working on Insignia. So Insignia is like the 13th game project that I've, more than that, maybe the 15th in terms of, like, by the time it releases, I will have, put like more than a couple of like more than a working week into like 15, 20 projects, and more than a couple of months into at least 4, more than 6 months into at least a couple before Insignia. So, and even that's just personal projects, like projects for other people too. So, like, I spent 5 months working on a game last year for a museum. I'm not even counting that, that's a finished game. So when people say, like, their first game, it's all relative, everyone has different interpretations of what they think of as like a game. If you're only counting games that you released on a console, You know, I would say that's a standard you could have, but it's a very unforgiving standard. In that case, Insignia is my first game, but it's like, it should be tailored to your expectations of yourself as a developer. Are you a hobbyist? Are you a company? Are you a studio? You know, what are you actually trying to achieve? And then you can talk about whether or not you're on pace or like doing things efficiently relative to your goal, you know, relative to what standard you're trying to set for yourself. So that's where that comes from, that expectations, right? If you understand, what the hell? What the hell? Yeah. Once you have expectations, then you can start working with intention or being worried about it, you know? So don't have regrets if you were just dabbling. But this is the thing, right? This is literally what you were talking about. If you had internal expectations that you would work on your first story game within the first 5 years and you dabbled for 10, that's when you can start blaming yourself. Well, I expected this, but I didn't do that. I was like drifted off course by this amount. I do that too, but that's why it's important to understand your expectations, even if they're implicit. You have to make them explicit, because in year 6 and 7 in that 10-year journey, you probably weren't thinking, I have to start making a story-based game now. You're probably thinking, well, 5 years, 6 years, same. It's only once you get to 10 years that you look back and go, oh, I wanted to make a story game by now. So you have to also be fair to yourself. You can't retroactively apply expectations. But that's why it's good to check in. Okay. Let's not use analogies here. Maybe I can just take this, delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that, and call this challenge. There we go. Hey. My issue is complex. I can't really explain it without a full-on wall of text, but it's worth mentioning for beginners because I don't think I gave myself enough introspection. Yeah, that's how I see it. Because right now I'm stuck with finally making sure my project is in line with what I like, and I know I have the microphone. I've forgotten the words. That's okay. No, look, questioning yourself is natural, especially the longer you invest into something, and knowing what you were okay with, what you consented to, is complex because you are different people. The you that started this and the you that's today are two different people with two different sets of values. And so rationalizing if you're okay with your choices can be difficult because you're not the same person the whole way through. So was you halfway through okay is different from are you okay now with the choices that you halfway through made. I don't know if you can actually save beginners from that. I think everyone is a victim of their own personality and their own tendencies. Some people won't have that problem, or will pick a project that just happens to be easier to finish, and other people will have harder projects to finish and bigger things and be cursed to make, difficult things. I think it's just like, it's hard to tell someone to care about what they might think 10 years from now. I couldn't be told. All right. Because you can't appreciate it. You can only now appreciate what your choices reaped. Dependency to design. Yeah, this is really important. I think I want to talk about like top down, bottom up stuff here a little bit. There's really just like one morning. Modularity is king. How do I describe solid principles? It's not even solid principles. It's like dependency-driven design. How do you even describe it? It's really like make small things that are load bearing in the right order. Like, that's it. I need clearer examples. Case studies are better here. So building systems, I don't want to scare people. I just want to say, like, hey, I built this system and it worked this way and I landed on this kind of thing. I think like state machine here is the big one. So that's like built a bunch of enemies, copy pasted a bunch of code. It's such a textbook thing. Got stuck, couldn't update anything without updating, needing update it everywhere by hand. Built a modular system for behaviors. Everything became easier. Did I go to university for computer science? I went to university in a degree that's used to be called design computing, which is a design degree. So think actual, like, designer, user experience design, interaction design. But the people who ran the course were very invested in the idea of having us as designers be capable with a computer. It's like you need to learn how to code so that you can design things with code. You need to learn how software works so that you can invent software to help you design. So games is very adjacent to that. It's like procedural design is really powerful. I mean, computers are so powerful, and the difference between using software somebody wrote, like Photoshop, versus like understanding how Photoshop was made, puts you in like a completely different category as a designer, because you start being able to empathize with software, how it gets made, how it gets maintained. If you work as a designer in UX, you're literally designing new software. So it was a design degree, but it was very intimately connected with computer science, or at least engineering, in that way, because it was like a behind the curtain style design rather than just like, let's make pictures and websites. Let's, yeah. So like, because that's more like art, like understanding visual communication and the rules around how to make something aesthetic. This was more like understanding users, and their needs and that kind of thing. How the way things are designed affects the way people use them, that kind of thing. Or the way things are built affects the way people use them. So I did learn programming through university, but not game design. Okay. Okay. So let's break this down. This is kind of a separate thing. I think this goes up here. Or is this down here? I guess that'll just be a nice breakup of the flavor thing. This is going to be a really good presentation, chat. I'm actually feeling really confident about how this is shaping up. I hope I can polish it in time, because it's good. Like I think the framework is working, and I've got a lot to say, and I'm finding it's going to be digestible with this format. It just needs to be pretty. No, I'm giving a talk at a university on Wednesday. I think I want like that. That's better. This conference will be held at the University of Technology, Sydney, and it's going to be, it's at 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday. I don't know if there'll be a camera set up. If not, when I come back, because I'm going to another conference on Friday in a different state, when I come back from the weekend, I might record this as a separate YouTube video if you're interested. Yeah, I have been playing it out off stream too. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. So dumb. Game development, the game, the presentation. Anyway. Part 1, making a developer. Okay. Character creation, discovering who you want to be, grinding for XP, working hard to build relevant skills. You are not an NPC, cost of being a real human, making a game. Part 2, making a game, starting the main quest, taking on a project that you love, your build, how to make things well, learning magic, how to express yourself through games, the escort mission, learning to bring players on your journey. This could be bigger. Let's expand this out. So, taking the game No, maybe I don't need to do a separate thing. Different challenges are different sub things. So have I got different challenges here? No, I've only got one challenge, and the challenge is how do you make something actually fun? How do you know you're heading in the right direction? And the lesson is make something up. It's about connection, two-way street. I mean, there's so much I could talk about here. I think like this could just be one giant. All these recommendations are really good. And then this is more for me than for the presentation. So packs, playtesting, streaming, getting feedback, that's all in a different thing that I have already. From a different presentation. Making a game worth failing for. I did a lot of talking about that there. It's all this stuff. So let's just like compile it a little bit. But that's not quite right. This is about bringing players along for the journey, specifically with the game, which means understanding. It's player feedback is what this is about. So actually, I do have a thing about that. I'll be right back. One sec. I think it's on my drive. Yeah. Okay. So it's literally this. Damn, that's crazy. I can't believe I still have this. This was like literally one of the first things I made of Insignia. Was this. I didn't even make, see this background? I didn't even make this background. This is like, I copied it from Google. There's like clouds and stuff there. And I like, obviously I've tried to paste over it. Do I still have that stuff? Hang on. .psd. I think I have like, yeah, dude, I got some really old stuff that I can only open in Krita because I don't have Photoshop anymore. Not this one. If I just go .psd. Pixels 2, what is that? Yeah, dude, there he is. That was like, this was the second version that I made of Armin. This was the first one. Oh, damn. This might have been genuinely, this is April 2014. Can you believe that? April 2014. That's how old Insignia, the concept, is. The project, I didn't really start making it until 2016. But But the idea of there is a game one day I want to make. This was like some of the first pixel art I ever made. He kind of looks like me, doesn't he? Oh, jeez. This is it here. This is what I was going to show you. I was making the game in Photoshop like this. This is how I was making it. Dudes. That's crazy. That became that. This became this. Became, I don't know if I should show you this, but I started working on a hypothetical opening cutscene. Maybe this is not the first time I've tried this, but it's coming up much better than it did the first time I tried it. So I don't know. Anyway, bit of show and tell. So this is what I actually wanted to show here. How do I do I have this as a PSD maybe? Okay, then I'll just export it as one. I think I want to convert it to a PDF. Convert to video. What's that all about? This was Creature Cloud. Creature Cloud was one of my first viewers on Twitch. I don't know where he is. I miss him. He was a really cool guy. It was like me and him for like a few weeks. Me and Creature Cloud and like a couple other people. Yeah, Creature Cloud was sick. Very very supportive. And you know, like running a stream when it's just you is a lot easier than when there's like 100 people watching, 150 people watching. Not to say I don't love working with you guys. It's a totally different experience and I do love it. But starting when you're just starting out and everything's small, there's something kind of cozy, you know, about just a couple of us, you know. What's going on? It's still importing? Why is this so slow? Okay, we're back. Did I actually... Oh, this was still importing. I think I got what I needed out of it. But it's all one giant component. Why would you want it to be that? What is this? What is this? It's a giant image. Get out of here. Okay, cool. That's what I want. So I want... Which slides do I want? I want this one. I want this one. Anyone here in chat still here? Anyone from here still here? I don't think so. Crumpet, I don't think you're still here. Smack is in Discord. Falling Up's in Discord. They're mods now. Well, they were mods then too. I think the Insignia play test would be a really good thing to put in here as well. I don't want to intimidate people. That's my only other concern. Why'd that do that? Okay. Bro, I hate how that does that. What's up, Dabrisky? Yo, I should take a screenshot of me working on this right now. With you, chat. Not like that. Hang on. That's pretty good. That was very Australian for a second there. Wait. Wait. There we go. Cool. All right. So I want to give a specific example here, I think, of like there was actually one slide back here that's really good for this. It's this slide here and this one. Hey Kratesh, welcome. Bro, look at this. I can't believe I did this. Me, UX designer, did that. Forward, down, stairs, hold, forward, down. It's like a DDR thing. It's like, it looks like a password. My wife's like, I don't get it. Even now, I feel like it probably could be even better. Yeah, it's a Hadouken. Does this even make sense to you more clearly? I feel like it doesn't. It does? I think I need like an analog stick angling into the bottom right, like doing this. It is animated, yeah. It flashes these two. It goes from like showing an empty thing to that. But I think more people will be playing on an analog stick. So I expect, well, the thing is, it's just directional. It doesn't matter if you're using an analog stick or a D-pad. But at the time when I made this, I presented everything through the Super Nintendo lens. So I was like, well, this is what it would look like on a Super Nintendo to do that. But maybe it just needs a down diagonal arrow. I think I have. I have a better version of this already. It's not that. Bruh, even the portraits. And you know what? I'm just about ready to do like another round of portraits on this. I'm like one step away from doing it again. I know I could do better. This is the other one. Yeah, that's technically more honest. This one, I think, was done by Bannon. I think he suggested I do this. I don't know if I ever used this one. Maybe I did for a little while. Well, this, do you know what? This isn't even the original one. We looked at the original one. This is like a better version of the original. And even this, I mean, these were the colors, right? Not those ones. He really looked like this. Can I paste this into here? Oh, I totally can. Remove background. Go. Oh, I screwed it up. Okay, can I do it? I bet you I can't. But I can do this. Boom. And then you will paste better. Hey, hey. There we go. That's technically what it was. His eyes the same size, pixels the same size. Yeah, that's about perfect, actually. If you only hold the right button, he doesn't go down but only forward, right? Yes. So if you just hold right, he runs past the stairs. If you hold down, he just squats. If you hold right and down, he'll run until he gets the stairs and then he keeps going. But anyway. He does have a big head. I think I was going for something sickly on purpose. I wanted him to look a little unconfident. And I think I just didn't know how to get there. But even like around this time, there were like, I was drawing him like this. This is 2016, I think. Like, I just didn't have like a consistent way of representing him. That's not that far off what he is today. It's pretty close. It's just more stylized. Like this is how I see him. I think this is probably the best version of him that there ever has been. But I had drawings, you know, like that. That's pretty good too. This original drawing, I mean, he looks different to this now, but I think like between this and this I really liked for some reason. There was something really right about this. And so if you take this and that, I think you get close. Alrighty, so I think I will upload this to YouTube when it's done. I want to show also like the actual playtest. Yeah, let's show that. Hang on. Oh, is this from 2 days ago? Momiji? The intro to Insignia changed from getting the ability immediately to slowly introducing each ability. Like, wait, finally got input remap quest tracker. I'm so happy. Map is great too. Is it necessary to include each small room? Oh, that's great that they liked it. And then I want to show like the feedback form. Maybe we could start scrolling out a little bit. And then I'd love to show the in-game. Show in-game feedback mechanism. Man, it's getting there. Do you think we've got almost an hour and a half out of this yet? I have a feeling I might get through it in like 45 minutes. If I let myself chat, it'll go an hour and a half. If I just let myself like just yap. Okay. It's 5:18. Maybe we should just give like I've got today and tomorrow night. Today, tonight, tomorrow, well, tonight, tomorrow night. And then I got to deliver it on Wednesday. So what I want to do is do like just a casual run through. No notes, just chatting. If this takes me 45 minutes at this current level, then it's probably going to be fine. Otherwise I might need more, or even so I just want to see how we go. So it's 5:19 right now. When the clock ticks over, it'll be 5:20, and we could just see how we like it. Okay. It hasn't ticked over yet. We're just waiting. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break. It just ticked over. I'll take a break. I'll come back. We'll go from there. Yo, yo. Hey, Swizz. Okay, let's give this a crack. Okay, it's 5:25 right now. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Game Development, the game, the presentation. My name is Adam. I am a game developer and content creator, and I've been making games since 2014. Today we're going to be talking about building yourself up as a game developer and going on that journey, following my experiences and my recommendations to you. This presentation will be we'll be using a metaphor here of yourself as a character in a video game. So let's start. Making a game developer, part 1. Character creation. Discovering who you want to be. This is a presentation I'm giving at a university. Okay. So the first challenge is, how do you know what you want to do? How do you know that it's worth trying? Are you smart enough? Where should you put your energy? I think for beginners, there's this big gap between your perception of what game development is and where you are as a student, as someone who doesn't do this stuff professionally. A lot of people won't have this kind of like barrier, but I certainly did. So hopefully I can give you some confidence here. The takeaway is that anyone can do it. And if you want to, you will. Game developers come in many shapes and sizes. So I'm going to start with showing you a little bit about me when I was a young pre-game developer person. I was a very creative high school student. I liked to draw things. I liked to play games. I really liked Square Enix games and Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy, and I just liked to dabble. You know, I made avatars for a game that was called World. That was kind of like, sort of like today's Roblox, but in Flash. So I used to make characters for that people could download and pay money for, and then I'd get paid like $50 a month to do that, based on the revenue from the games people played. And then around that time, you know, I also started my first YouTube channel, which is not the channel that I have today, but was my first attempt at doing like general reviews and that kind of thing. So I was just enjoying it. You know, I wasn't very good at any of these things, but I was excited. And eventually that excitement turned to game development. I had been learning stuff at university, and I was keen to sort of put those skills to something that was more practical. I've been learning design, and I was working as a designer eventually, but I always wanted to make games. And so taking the skills that I was learning in that sort of like design, interaction design, you know, computer science-y space, and thinking about how I could turn those into games was my dream. And I did that with literally like no inhibition. It was just fun for me. And I did a lot of stuff. Eventually, that turned into the current project, my big project, Insignia, which started around that time, 2014, as a concept at least. And again, that was just something that I was enjoying, engaging in world building and character building for the sake of it. There was no, do I deserve to do this? Is this the right way to do it? There are regrets that I have during this time, particularly not applying for jobs in a game dev studio. There were local studios that had job applications open, and I never applied because I didn't think that I deserved it. But at the very least, I was being productive. I was making stuff. And then during this time, I threw a lot of stuff out. I tried a lot of things. I didn't really commit to many of them until I found my creative energy. But I think, you know, if you're trying to model yourself a particular way, one thing I would encourage you to do is think about where your motivations are. Do you specifically like to build things, like construct things, right? Like an engineer? Or are you more about telling a story? What kinds of games drive you to want to make games? And I think there are subtly different motivations and ways to approach game development based on where your origins are. So my recommendation to you is just to discover what excites you. Do studies, mock-ups, experiments, tests. Don't put any pressure on it. Just enjoy it until you have confidence in what you like. And during that time, it's totally okay to be cringe. This is a university that's like down the road from my alma mater. It's not my alma mater. So after creating a character, you'll be grinding for XP, working hard to build relevant skills. So you know kind of like who you are, but you don't know if you're that guy yet. And there'll be, a long time where you feel like you don't have what it takes. You haven't demonstrated to anybody else that you're worth taking a chance on. So how do you actually do that? Now, as uni students, if you're here attending UTS, you probably already have started on this, but really, applying yourself is all you can do. Even in the midst of AI growth, turbulent markets, etc., your job is just to spend the time. That's all anyone else is doing. Do anything, literally. Just do a lot of stuff. It'll pay off quietly. Pick increasingly more focused goals and work towards them. And then I can give you some examples of how I did this when it worked. So while working on Insignia, I never really had a game design or development job in an established company. I was trained as a user experience designer. I had done work in an agency in that kind of industry, but not in game development. And then this I don't know what these are. But during that time, I was always being present, contributing, and doing stuff online, putting myself out there and having people notice me and create opportunities that way. So I was making game jam games. I made a game called Arrowbound. I did some work on an ASUS ad, a pixel art ad, and that came just purely organically. I did a bunch of game-related projects and work for game studios as a contractor. And eventually, like last year, I worked on a game essentially solo for a museum with an agency who had reached out to me, again, just through contacts and me being an active member of the game dev community in Sydney. Also, tons of opportunities just online, collabing with other YouTubers. And, a couple of times last year, I was in the US working with the Primogen, who's a really big YouTuber. And, collabs like that almost paid for my whole year last year. So as a professional, this was not something where I filled out a resume, submitted it, and got a job with my, ahead of 3 years experience. This was just like a constant, gradual set of opportunities that came getting closer and closer to making games over almost a decade of just, doing my stuff and being and surviving the people who gave up. That's really it. So my recommendation is to, definitely build a portfolio that represents your intended discipline. Why are these empty like this? I don't know why. And be intentional about it. Definitely do game jams. You will learn and you will make better games if you put yourself under that pressure. You can check out Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare if you like to pronounce it that way. Global Game Jam is great for meeting people. The GMTK Jam and Bracky's Jam are YouTuber jams, which also get a lot of exposure. You can also check itch.io for a calendar where they log all of the game jams happening all the time, all year round. So plenty of ways to build those skills, excuses to like jump in and to meet people who also want to make games and to make stuff together. Also take work when it comes. That's what I did. Say yes to whatever feels like you might learn something from it. You don't know where it will lead. Mentors are really valuable if you can find them. Obviously, that would be one of the biggest reasons to work for a studio, is to be learning from people who already know the things that you need to learn. And also just be aware of when you're in a situation that's not working out. There's always more out there, and you don't want to find yourself having spent a bunch of time doing something that's not your passion. And don't keep yourself out of being a professional. You know, walk the walk, use the tools professionals use, go to events, become part of the community, go to events even as a hobbyist. Consider attending conferences. That's a good one. So, you are not an NPC. Hey, Sigma Shake, thank you so much for the raid. The cost of being a real human. Throughout all of this, as you're creating your character and starting your journey, you have to be mindful of the fact that you are a person. Okay, your abilities, opportunities, skills, competences, psychology, they're always developing. And making games is going to test you. So learning to be resilient in this landscape is crucial. You can't control every aspect of it, but you are going to feel it, right? No matter what. When it comes to imposter syndrome, you know, this is a big one for me. You have to assert yourself in the industry constantly. And in order to move up, you have to be the one backing yourself and saying that you deserve whatever that opportunity is. There's a fine line between being honest about your comfort and where you're at versus kind of faking it till you make it. And that's something that I think having a clear and honest understanding about your capability and your comfort it's crucial in that space. And the emotional kind of like shame and guilt of like, do I deserve, am I ready yet to be considered as a game developer, is something that's not super helpful. You just have to apply the intellectual exercise of like, what am I ready for? And then learn to be okay with yourself in that, right? You're not going to be perfect either. You can't always control your emotions. When it comes to motivation, this is one I see a lot. You know, again, we're not robots. You can't put in 100 hours every week for 10 years. You are only able to do what you can. And you will be attracted to other ideas while you're still working out what you like. So my diagnosis here, if you're trying to solve this, if you feel like you can't pick one project and commit to it, is to ask yourself what it is that you're interested in more broadly than just the current project, but what is it about making games that you're interested in, right? Going back to those first principles of like, why am I doing this? And you might find that there's a reason why you're looking for other projects. You know, maybe you're not confident enough in your abilities to commit and to deliver on a game. Maybe you need more experience, or maybe you're more interested in building systems than building games. And in that case, you know, maybe you're more suited to working in a team with people who want to do the rest of it. So, you know, again, being introspective is going to help here. Regarding burnout, again, you know, you can't just output infinite energy all the time. You can't really be 10x. That's kind of like a meme. So understanding where you're at, right? Again, introspection, and also appreciating that like your experience in life is not limited to your life as a game dev. You know, there are other things that need your attention. Your body needs attention. Exercise, good diet, sleep, those are super critical. And beyond that, you know, your expectation from what you want out of game development and how your like personal narrative is supposed to go, that will not always be aligned with reality. And when those two things are out of sync, your expectations and reality, that's when burnout feels really, really prominent, because you're going to be spending energy every day living in the distance between where you are and where you want to be. So adjusting your expectations to be more realistic, I find always helps me with burnout. So now we know who you are. Let's talk about making the game that you want to make. Starting the main quest. Okay, and this is taking on projects that you love. We can get rid of this. So, the first challenge is I think I'll do questions maybe per part. This is like 2 hours they have. So maybe like question time after every section. There's 3 sections. But anyway, I'll think about it. We're already like, was it 5:25 when we started? That was like, that first part was 15 minutes, I think. I know. That's what I'm thinking too. That's the reason why I wouldn't do it. All right. So, challenge. Should you be making small games or big ones? My gut instinct is all time in the saddle is valuable. Small versus big both have trade-offs. It's kind of like in Pokemon, picking Bulbasaur, Squirtle, or Charmander. So, making small games, accessible games to make things that are more experimental, more mechanics driven. They're easier to make, and there's less punishment if one of your games doesn't succeed. You could just make another one. You're spending 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months on a project. That's no big deal. Versus the long-term play of like the Charmander is, a bigger game. Maybe you're trying to develop an IP. There's value there. Maybe you're trying to build a studio. Maybe you need external funding. We're talking about games that take more than a year to make, up to 5 years, 10 years. Those are very different. And the skills that you will be building and the businesses you'll be building will have different kind of identities at that point, right? The different kinds of dynamics of what it takes to be successful in those spaces. Let's talk about small games. So small games are lower commitment, but that can be a bit of a vortex. An example is a game that I worked on called Arrowbound. So Arrowbound started as a game jam game called Remember Apollo. And Remember Apollo was a kind of like a little story-based game where you use the Angry Birds mechanic of like flicking the character. You like pull him and then release to dart him around each different screen. And each screen contains a few like little story beats as neurons that reveal they have like a line of dialogue and they reveal the background a little bit more. So it's basically you're playing through a story by moving through the space and reading through this character's broken memories. Each level was getting a little bit harder, and it's kind of like a platformer but with slingshot mechanics. It did really well in Ludum Dare 2020, I think in the April edition. It got top 10, and I quickly decided that I wanted to expand that into a game that I could release on mobile using the same mechanics at least, right? If not the same story. Around this time, Jump King was really popular, and I wanted to make a rage game using the same mechanics, so platforming with slingshot mechanics. I spent 6 months working on Arrowbound, and I released it on Android. I was really happy with what I made, and I thought that quality-wise, I really hit what I was trying to. But I also kind of had to say goodbye to it prematurely. I didn't really support it long-term. I didn't integrate ads the way that I wanted to get the right amount of revenue. It really wasn't a business. It was kind of like a title that I released, but it didn't make money. It had a lot of players though, 10,000 players installed it. And it was rated really well. I think it got 4.8 or something in its reviews, but I felt a little bit like a sour taste in my mouth because it wasn't a project that I could justify investing more time in post-release. And especially on mobile, that's like the name of the game, is investing more time, making the project bigger and giving players a reason to stay. Because in an ad model, if they stop watching the ads because they're not playing the game, you don't make it the money. So retention is really important in that space. So my reflection on this is that, small game dev can often feel like games are disposable. It can be hard to learn commitment doing this when the next idea is right around the corner. So there was a lot of tension for me in wanting to commit and wanting to be a perfectionist and polish the thing, make it something that I was proud of, versus let's move on to the next game. This game's not going to make the money that I want it to. So the alternative would be bigger games. For big games, I really think the easiest way to succeed is to love doing it. You don't know what's feasible, and you probably won't until after you start. So just start. I mean, there are skills here that you're going to have to pick up to make a big game that you literally can't gain outside of making bigger games, or at least bigger games than you're used to. So Insignia is my big game. And for me, the motivation, for me, the motivation to work on Insignia came very quickly. I was inspired by the world. I felt like I was painting a world that I was living in. And this was a very content-driven kind of exercise. I also felt like I could explore myself as a developer inside of that project. So understanding how to build out systems that I'd seen in other games, and how to like make, you know, a save system and do a chapter of gameplay, tell a story inside of that space was really, really exciting for me. So from drawing sketches and doing demos and building the game out, there was this, I mean, very quickly, years went by where I felt like I was continually making progress and working towards something that was better every month. So with big games, you know, there is this issue, and I guess it's the same for big and small games, but it's more dangerous for big games, which is this curse of improvement. When you work on something and you add, you make improvements, you can see that improvement as value add, but there is a trajectory of that. Like, is my game ready for players to pay for it, right? And am I going to get a return on my investment? And the longer it goes that you spend that time, even if you are improving, the more you have to make back what you invested time-wise. So if you spend 10 years on something, it better make a lot of money, right? And the hope is that as you're working, that's going to accelerate, right? You're going to be able to make the game faster, better, higher quality, so that it clears the investment that you've made relative to what's marketable in the market, you know, in that time. So if games in 2026 are, you know, minimum you need to hit this level of quality for that genre, well, your bet is that you're going to, by the time you're finished, you're going to hit that point, and it's going to be worth it. So that is really hard to get insight on making a big game. So for content-heavy games, you know, execution is more valuable than novelty, right? You're not going to be jumping from idea to idea. You're going to be refining an idea and embellishing that idea until it's impossible to ignore. And big games have this I guess, constraint, or not constraint, but feature of being, you know, you can always hypothetically make your game amazing in the future, right? The more you work on it, the more you polish it, it's always on the way to being amazing. Assuming you can, you know, as long as you can put more time into it. This can be a trap, because if you can't reach the point where your content output results in a production that's worth investing into, then what do, right? It's harder to give up, even if you should, because how do you know? When is the point where you say, my effort isn't going to pay off in the future, right? There's the in for the penny, in for the pound, kind of like gambler's fallacy of like, I know this is going to pay off. You know, the image is brought to mind of like the diamond miner who turns around when the diamond vein is right beyond the piece of dirt that he's given up on. So, you know, optimism can be a real boon here, and it can also be a curse. So, recommendations. If you love what you're doing and you find that things aren't working out per your expectations, you can consider that a learning opportunity, right? Not every desynchronization from your expectations is a failure. Have a clear mission, right? You don't have to make the big game first, and you don't have to make the big game at all if you don't want to. You can just stick to small games. I think it's important to understand why you're taking on a specific project. What is your success criteria? Right? There's a line there of not just like this needs to make money, but I'm doing this to learn about this specific skill that I need, or I'm doing this to learn about this technical feature that I want to develop for a different game. And so I think that is going to help make it a lot easier to set those boundaries and constraints for your project for how big it needs to be. And also to do this regularly, right? It's not enough to just say, well, I'm starting this project because it's going to be useful for this, but also like, am I getting what I want out of it now, 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line? So just touching grass is going to be helpful there. Where the grass is your brain. Okay, the grass is your feelings. So I would say like starting small is the easiest way to pivot early, because it means even a complete failure won't cost you much. You don't have to start small, but if you know nothing, starting small and going up to the point where you're comfortable is it's the way that everyone recommends it, and I don't have a good enough reason to say that you shouldn't do that than to recommend it myself. So, or to not recommend it myself. So I think that starting small, the lessons are cheaper when you're starting out, and you need a lot of lessons when you're starting. So starting small helps. One thing that's super critical here is that this concept of failure or success is totally dependent on your expectations. And being aware of your expectations is your signal for when you should start working with intention. So when you're building yourself as a game developer, the recommendation that I give is like, don't have any expectations. Just find what you like. But once you start investing in a project, a big project or a small project, having a clear intent of what you're using your time for is the best way for you to not disappoint yourself or find yourself distracted, by months of doing something that you don't approve of or would have given consent for if you had better visibility. So expectations and intention go together. They go hand in hand. Okay, so we've talked about starting the main quest. Let's talk about your build, right? How to make things well. So the first challenge is picking an engine. Engines can be exciting, they can be boring. I'm not sure how much experience you guys have, so I'm just going to sort of breeze through these. Off-the-shelf engines are what I would say is the easiest starting point for game development. I use Unity. I think Unity is a pretty versatile engine. It's well supported. It's kind of a small, like an indie industry standard. There are things about it that for 2D games or pixel art games, are good, and things that are not amazing. It's a 3D engine, but it does have a pretty capable 2D pipeline. It also has very good support for Cursor and Copilot if you're into that sort of thing. Then there's Godot. Godot is an open source engine, and it's probably a project that I think is worth supporting. But as a game engine, it's a little bit less sophisticated than Unity. It is an interpreted language, the GDScript version, the native scripting language. So it's really, really good for rapid prototyping and for jams. Full games have been made in it, but be aware that those games are, they're not compiled. So if security is an issue for you, then just know that when you release a game, you're releasing the code for your games. Then there's Game Maker. It's less powerful, it's more rigid. Yada yada yada. I don't know. Guess outs. I don't know. It might be. I think touching on it is worth it, but I wouldn't spend more than a couple of minutes. It's a 2-hour talk, so I actually want to spend more time than less. Then we have Unreal Engine, is the last of the big four in my mind. Unreal Engine has a very strict kind of like cinema-focused 3D pipeline. Games that have realistic lighting, that are built towards being more AAA focused. So if you want your game to look realistic or look good, Unreal Engine's a really easy way to get into that. And its blueprint system is really good too. So C++ is its main programming language, but if you're not a programmer and you want to work with stuff that's photoreal, you can get pretty far pretty quickly with Unreal Engine. Just be aware that Unreal has a look and people can recognize when an Unreal Engine game is an Unreal Engine game. Then there are frameworks. So you don't have to build games in an engine. You can use a programming language plus a bunch of libraries and build stuff on your own. I'm sure some of you will be familiar with these. I started in processing actually before I used Unity, and I thought that was great for getting familiar with game concepts before starting to make games. Okay, so let's talk about how you even choose between those, working with constraints versus breaking them. There is an old saying, give a man a game engine and he'll make you a game one day. Teach a man to make game engines and he'll be working on one for a lifetime. From Gandalf the Grey. So, with limited tools, you'll be forced to be creative inside of the constraints. Right? This is good for releasing a game one day. You know, if your game can only do certain things, or your game engine can only support certain things, then you'll be forced to. I can do that.
Give a man a game.
Hang on.
This is my advice for game developers. Give a man a game engine. Give a man a game engine and he'll make you a game one day. Teach a man to make a game. No,
I'll try it again. Hang on.
Give a man a game engine. He'll make you a game one day. Teach a man to make game engines. He'll be working on it for a lifetime.
All right. Is this even the right way? Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Being creative inside of constraints is a really good way to actually finish something. The cons might be that your game might end up looking similar to other games made with the same tools. So RPG Maker, for example, is an engine that's super limited. And RPG Maker games look like RPG Maker games. But for the audience who plays those games, you know, that they're okay with that. So maybe you might have a niche market instead of a wider market, but that's your choice. With custom tooling, the pros are that they'll allow you to really optimize workflows and innovate on gameplay mechanics, right? If you can make anything, then you can make anything, and your tools will allow you to do that. There are so many things in Insignia that exist because I had the power to make editor tools that allowed me to explore different ways of creating content, and the game's scope increased as a result of that. So you may find yourself continually expanding the capability of your project rather than settling on a specific set of features. So I would love to give an example here. Constraints affect your project the same way. Yeah. So maybe I'll give an example. So in Insignia, I started with a very simple cutscene system. It was just text and heads popping up and down, just portraits and text. Something close to something like Tactics Ogre or Final Fantasy Tactics. Then I learned how to use editor scripting and worked on an ability to give my characters animations that would pop up between the dialogue. Eventually, that became a feature that uses the timeline system inside of Unity, so closer to like editing a film, where I could, rather than just step through the animations, I could actually time them in the system. So things like comedic timing became a thing. I could also start controlling the camera more carefully along curves, and things like zooming in, fading out, switching cameras became much more possible inside of the system. I could even have multiple timeline tracks at the same time, so different characters moving in different directions, doing different things simultaneously. And that sounds really good, right? It's great as a capability, but it also means that now the overhead is much higher for that system, and meeting the standard that I've set by using and utilizing those different features that I built now makes cutscenes more expensive, right? So there's something there that's worth really considering. I actually feel like I talk about this. There's something about, I talk about it here. Okay, interesting. Anyway, we'll get back to that. So the next challenge is building systems. So this was about working with constraints. So that's constraints. Next is building systems. For me, I mean, this is a straight engineering question, right? This is literally just, there's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. And the right way is dependency-driven design. So if you know solid principles from computer science, then that's what this is. I'll give you an example for those of you who don't. So I built a feature in my game currently that I use to do enemy design, character, or enemy development and character development, called a state machine. Originally, when I built the game, I built every enemy as a giant script that was unique, right? So the way that characters walk, the way that the characters figure out where the wall is in front of them so they can stop and turn around, or how not to walk off cliffs, whether they can see the player character or not, whether they know where they should be standing or walking or attacking, or whether they're finished doing any of those things. All of that was written from scratch every time. And lots of copy and pasting. Eventually, I got stuck doing this, and I couldn't update anything without having to update everywhere else that it was duplicated. So every time I found a better way to handle enemy vision, I would have to go and find the enemy vision for every enemy and update it by hand, right? Like, okay, the Wolverine looks for the player this often using this raycast that's this length, and the Hedgehog does the same thing but with a completely separate script that's all in the Hedgehog script. So I have to find where I do that for the Wolverine and also do it for the Hedgehog and the Goat and it became unwieldy, right? You just can't. I got scared of adding new features or fixing features because it meant changing things that appeared in so many different places. Eventually, I was forced to start building modular, reusable components, right? And I ended up designing and implementing a state machine behavior tree to do this. So essentially, the individual behaviors like patrolling, I write once, and I give my enemies a patrol behavior. And the patrol requires a walk and an idle animation. And so I give the walk script with an animation to that enemy, and I give the idle script with an animation to the enemy. And so I can essentially compose my enemies out of components that are reusable. And if I want to update how walking works, I write that in one script, I fix it, I press save. Every enemy that uses that script is now updated. So the idea of, across all development, building complex things out of small, easily validatable parts is the winning strategy for game development. Because it means that, especially while you're prototyping and building things, when you make changes, you're not having to track them. And it also means that when you want to change something, you're not having to worry about how it bumps into anything else, right? Because it's made in such a way that where it's nice and singularly defined. And I'll put some sort of Venn diagram here. And then just another note about optimization. I know a lot of you will be coming out of computer science wanting to think about engineering as if it's an assignment. And if you did like an algorithms course or intro to programming course, you're probably going to be thinking a lot about big O notation. And honestly, I encourage you not to fall into the trap of doing that until you have something that's worth optimizing. So if you haven't got a system that's slowing your game down, you don't need to build it faster or better. You just build it the way you need to build it, and then worry about optimization way down the track. If it's written poorly, but it's not slowing the game down, it's not written poorly. So, another challenge on building your game is how to use AI without losing your soul. AI is scary. Okay, I get that. And AI is it's unlike any other tool, right? In the past, if I give you a hammer, you know what the hammer does. And it does the thing that it does, it amplifies your ability to swing it, but that's all, right? AI is not like that. AI will present itself as whatever you want it to be, right? It can be a tool, it could be a vehicle, or it could be a whole employee for your team. The problem with this is that AI is none of those things, right? It's not necessarily good at anything in particular. But it will always say that it will be. AI will how do I say that? AI will promise that it can do any task, regardless of how good it is at that. So being able to separate the value from the noise and build something solid is the required skill for using AI. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, depending on how you want to look at it, having the technical ability to interpret good and bad AI output requires us to have the skills to do the work anyway. So even if you feel like you have no choice but to use AI, and maybe you feel like there's a fear that your time investment in learning specific skills is going to get eroded away, I can't guarantee you, but I believe that your investment in obtaining those skills, even if you are going to use AI, it's going to give you so much more power and responsibility and oversight than someone who doesn't have those skills. So the skills are always going to be relevant. And think of it this way, right? The market you're going into is full of people just like you. Okay, everyone only has the hours that they have to put into their day every day. If you use AI to replace your experience, right? If you forego upskilling yourself by using AI to do work for you, then you won't have that experience. And the people who build experience will always be better than the people who have no experience, even at using AI. So ultimately, we're all running the same race with the same hours. So spending yours by paying attention and developing your own skills will make you more valuable than someone with no skills. So I won't tell you not to use AI. And I won't tell you what's right or wrong about asset generation or anything like that. But I think it's very clear even now that the people who know how to do the work by hand are better at validating and controlling AI output. So it's always going to be value for you to have the skills over someone who only knows how to ask AI to do work for it. Another challenge when it comes to building your game is how big it needs to be. So we kind of talked about this a little bit. Maybe I can drop this entirely. Just going to pull it out here. This leads us really, really nicely into our next major point. So you've learned how to build. Now let's learn how to use magic. How to express yourself through games. I think that works really well off the back of the AI thing. So we're just actually going to pause it here. We are now halfway through the content that I've prepared so far, and it's been half an hour. So right now we're going to hit an hour plus question and answer time. I need this to go an hour and a half, 90 minutes. If we do the question and answer in the middle, we might be able to pad that. It could be like 15 minutes of questions, 15 minutes of questions, 15 minutes of questions. It's 45 minutes of questions. In which case it only needs to be like an hour and a bit, hour and 15. But I think we're in a good spot. I'm talking a lot. It's fatiguing, but I might leave it here because I gotta get dinner. Actually, let me this is gonna take place at a university during a festival on Wednesday. Yo, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna check in with my wife who's preparing dinner. I can hear her. So if dinner's gonna be a while, I'll come back and keep working. But if we're almost ready to get started cooking up a steak, I'll just jump off. Back in a sec. Okay, we're good for another half hour. So, one of the things that I think I would like to do a bit better here, I don't know if you feel this way, but I think I'm losing the thread a little bit of the narrative of the presentation because it's so big. You know, I'm like talking, next point, but like I kind of feel like we need to wrap up the previous point or contextualize the previous point. So that when we get to the end of it, you can kind of feel where we're heading. How does it all fit together? Yeah, the structure is there. It might just be about giving the viewer a better map. So whether that's like just visually expressing like we're coming to the end of this point soon, and this is what the next point's going to be. I think even like a progress bar would be helpful. Like there are 5 points and we are 25% of the way through the first point, helps because I don't want to string the viewer along where they're asking the question, what are we talking about? How long are we talking about this for? Is this relevant to me? XP bar. Yeah. So we'll work on that. I got an idea for that. Because it's all useful. I'm happy with it. I just think there's a lot, right? So, yeah. And of course, this is all just text boxes, so it's going to be drier for us because there's no visuals yet. But hey, Oxido. So, how to express yourself through games. Challenge. How do you develop a style? How do you make choices? That set you apart or form your signature. I was thinking about it. If I had the time, I'd draw for every chapter thing. I'd draw for every one of these, I'd draw a thing. Okay. So this I haven't fleshed out very much, so this could be really rambly, but so style, point 1, style is a journey. Ooh, I have this could be good for that. So while I was working on Insignia, I feel like, there have been many points when the way the game looks and feels has grown or changed. Part of that was me upskilling. Part of that was the game's needs becoming clearer, whether that's as a like from gameplay constraints or even production constraints. And it's just been an ongoing progress or process, and I think that's kind of the way it's always going to be. So just to give you an example, here is what the main character Armin has looked like over the course of development. And you can see, at the start, I was really just making what I could. I didn't really understand how to create form or shapes. I didn't understand anything about silhouettes or color. I think some of the choices work for sure, and maybe don't even get exceeded until like later. So like the face really works, I think. But there are other aspects that were just not going to work, especially for an action game. This isn't a great hitbox shape, right? There's lots of things like that. I also don't think that the color separation is clear enough. The lapels are kind of very hard to see. So as time went on, you could see I'm experimenting with different ideas, learning about, which kinds of things can be animated and which can't. So the dithering here was terrible to animate. Eventually, I went for something that was flatter, more confident silhouette, more confident choices, fewer colors, more consistent styling, and something that now I'm very comfortable animating this, and it has the level of readability that it needs. This is all just process, right? It's not something that was intentional. Or if it was intentional, it's kind of like a background intention, not like a, today we're going to redesign this, or today we're going to design this from scratch. This, I don't think this goes here. I don't know what this is yet. Let's put this over here, or even over here. So do I have peg legs? It's a stylistic choice, actually. That was on purpose. It's based on an early artistic inspiration was this anime called K-On! And the characters have these tiny feet. And it's that plus Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, where the characters have these like 2 pixel feet. So it really just was that. It was just, the feet are not relevant to the character's design, so they should get out of the way, because the head is more important. The torso is more important. So, breaking rules to create your own palettes. This is a really, really, really common one, a really common challenge. How hard should I stick to rules? Okay. So, particularly in the pixel art space, there are so many people who will tell you about rules when it comes to pixel art. There's a lot of material online about what things to avoid doing or to necessarily do to be considered valid. And that validation is something that as a beginner, you're going to want to try to you're going to want to tick the boxes, follow the rules so that you don't make a fool of yourself. This is very similar to the engineer's optimization attraction, right? Like writing good code is something where you don't want to embarrass yourself. So you always want to make sure you're using the right data structures and, handling memory properly. This is the same thing, but for art. So as you work on the game, you will realize that there are contexts where you have to break rules, right? An example of that in Insignia is the camera. So Insignia's camera originally was locked to 640 by 360 pixel perfect. I used a pixel perfect camera. I snapped everything to the exact pixel grid, and all of the art was on grid all the time. And that, did I say that? 640 by 360? I thought I did. And that was not healthy for the game. The game features a lot of parallaxing. It features a lot of different spaces where the art is more detailed or more dense versus more open, depending on the space. So interiors have more intricate details. Exteriors tend to be more open, and the visual kind of milestones and signposts are more spread out. Also, in gameplay areas, having the game show you more of where enemies are ahead of you as you're moving, because you're moving so much quicker, it's valuable to actually zoom out a little. So over the course of development, I started actually at 480 by 270, right? 1080p divided by 4, and or divided by 480 by 270, 1080 divided by 6. I can't remember what it is. I went out to 640 by 360 eventually because it gave me more space. But nowadays, I actually go out even further depending on parts of the scene. So there are parts of the game where the camera will literally interpolate outwards. It'll zoom out to show you more. Part of that's to do with signposting for the player. Part of that's to do with just letting you appreciate level design, right? A puzzle might require you to see all the pieces in the one screen. And that puzzle necessarily, just because of the way the player moves and the constraints around that, needs to be, I need to show you, 700 pixels worth of stuff because of how big the in-world puzzle is. And so if I had stuck to this idea of pixel perfect camera, I would be limiting the actual game's ability to handle puzzles, right? And over time, having it be done both ways and with the context of play testing, having the camera not be locked to the pixel grid is so much better for the game than using pixel perfect camera. So you will, when you're working on a game, at the start, you have no idea which rules need to apply to you. So hang on. So you should make informed decisions that serve your game over rules that other people define for their games. With enough feedback, you are the subject expert on your own work. That said, at the start, it's okay to also just discover what you like about games that are in a similar genre. And you can start by copying styles directly. Because you don't know the rules, it's actually super feasible to copy other people's work in terms of their choices, like why the character proportions are this way, why the level geometry is this size, because those games were released, right? So their choices are feasible choices. So at the very least, if you want to start from a place of security, referencing the design choices of other developers is going to help you at least start somewhere that's not unrealistic, that's not infeasible to produce a full game of, that can be fun, right? If you reference fun games in the genre that you like, and that's similar to your game. But yeah, over time you're going to become the subject expert. So don't be beholden. Don't sit on those choices. Be open and flexible. When it comes to style, another thing that I'd love to have you come away from today with is the distinction between quality and fidelity. So, what this means is, I think a lot today about design efficiency when I'm working. What that means is, how much work am I doing that the player actually cares about? there are plenty of art styles for pixel art that work really well for static art, right? If you're just doing an art to share on social media or to just create for yourself, something like high dithering, right, with lots of speckling or using lots of different colors is going to be totally fine if the art only needs to go so far, but would be a nightmare to animate. And even just in the context of figuring out how much detail you want in like any aspect of the game, understanding what is the highest value point, right? There's going to be a point where it's under detailed. You're not going to be able to express what you want. There's going to be a point where there's a sweet spot where the player gets everything you're doing and it's the easiest for you to create. And then there's going to be a point where you're putting too much energy in and the player's not going to care about half of those details. So in Insignia, things like environment, like foliage, like trees in the background of the game previously were way more detailed than they are today. And not only did they not add to the game's fun, but they actually were distracting by having so much detail and granularity. So being able to actually minimize wasted energy is really, really, really important. And that can mean doing less, right? It can mean choosing a simpler art style. A game like Undertale, plenty of times in that game, in battles or during moments of the game, the background is black. It's one flat color, and you've just got the sprite of the character who's talking in the center of the screen, right? That game, its quality is not dependent on how high fidelity it is as a piece of art. And so the important thing here is it's more important to be consistent with your standards than to be setting a high standard. What's important is that you can tell your story, that you can make your game within the palette that you choose of detail, of features, of aesthetics. So, you know how to make a game now, and you know how to make it look pretty. Now let's talk about making it fun, right? This is the escort mission. This is bringing players on the journey. So, how do you make something that's actually fun, right? How do you know you're heading in the right direction? Making something authentic is about connection. Connection is a two-way street, and this means playtesting and learning hard lessons. Okay? I'm getting really tired. I don't know if I can keep talking. We're at 6:30. Oh my gosh. This is going to be really hard to do in real time on Wednesday. Okay. So let's use Insignia as an example. I'm like, my voice is getting really tired. Do you think it's important to learn the rules or just do what you like? I think learning the rules is valuable, but then learning how to break them is also valuable. Thank you so much, Bandidan. I'll put the baby in the game, I guess, somehow. Okay. So when I started working on Insignia, like, I didn't know if it was going to be fun or not. Obviously, there were a lot of assumptions that I could making an action adventure. You know, I knew there was going to be hitboxes and attack animations. I knew I'd have a jump button, lots of things that just sort of fit in place. But in terms of the actual unique choices that I was making, knowing that those were going to be fun or work was totally something that I didn't have any appreciation for at the start. And when I started the game for realsies, I set up a goal to take the game to PAX. I did take the game to PAX, and lots of people played it that year. This was a very early work in progress version of the game, and I got feedback. I took the game to events and got a lot of positive feedback from players, but also not necessarily positive feedback from players, or not the feedback I was looking for. So I started streaming the game's development, and doing this put me in a position where I was getting feedback all the time. Some of that was play feedback. Well, most of it wasn't because people are watching the game, but it did put me in a better mindset to test. I would get feedback on my art from my actual viewers who would draw on top of my screen. And I actually made this presentation on Twitch as well. So, I got feedback while I was even working on this. It's become an ingrained part of how I make things, is to be live while I do it and have people comment and give their feedback. Really, the lesson is things get better when you show them to people. That's just how it goes. And you should never, there's no reason to be proud about whether or not you have good intuition, because your intuition is not worth any more than experience. So whatever helps you get more experience is immediately worth more than your intuition. There's no pride in just knowing what's fun or anything like that. Ultimately, your game's going to be unique. It's going to have things that you've never seen before, players have never played before. So getting them to play, it's the only way to do that. And as an experienced designer, I there were assumptions that I made or things that I just couldn't, especially learning game development. You're already learning so much. Your ability to make good decisions inside of your game is hard. It's not easy. It's not easy to express that. So there were lots of stuff that I put in the game that was crap, right? That I, as someone who has an experienced design degree, doing UI and onboarding and that kind of stuff, it just wasn't something that I was able to do well at first. And I got player feedback, right? I took the game to events and people got stuck on stuff. And I went, oh, why don't you like that? And then they would tell me, or what is it about this that you're not getting? Or eventually I got more comfortable with the idea of sharing the game with players and getting them to give feedback on it. Now the game has a full feedback system baked into it. And we have forums, we have feedback forms on Google, where people can actually give very clear feedback. I can aggregate that feedback and I can fix bugs and find the fun in ways that are way more efficient than ever before. And that all came from just putting the game in front of players. This is how you learn how to design fun, right? So my recommendation is go to local events, not just feedback forums or playtesting. See how strangers actually interact with your game. I would also just be mindful to be conscious of the conditions that people will play your game for real versus just when you're testing, right? If you go to a big convention and you've got a 4-hour story-based experience, no player is going to have that experience they're not going to have anything close to authentic standing in a room full of thousands of people, right? So being able to take that feedback with a grain of salt and interpret it is super valuable. Hello? Hi. In 20? Yeah, I can do that. Okay, it's fine. I also think it's valuable to find communities of expert players who are interested in the kind of game you're making when it comes to building a following and really understanding your target audience. Players who are fans of a genre, like Metroidvania fans, they will have clearer feedback for you than people who have never played a game like that before, right? Because they have experience playing other games like it. They'll be able to give you suggestions, right, that you might not have thought of because they've played a game that other devs solve that problem that you're having. While you're doing this, I also think it's really important to maintain an awareness of your vision for your game, right? If you're making something unique or important, the chances are that there'll be novel aspects that players won't be familiar with. So even if people give you feedback that something feels bad to them or like it has friction in it, especially in a playtest scenario, you should be mindful of whether or not you actually want that friction there. There will be times where something being difficult is actually intentional. So the goal isn't to eliminate friction, but to control it, right? Consider where it's supposed to be. Is the game supposed to be hard to control? Is it supposed to be hard to understand? Is it supposed to be hard to succeed? Right? Is it supposed to be an action game or just a is it supposed to be an action game or is it supposed to be a puzzle game or both or neither? Right? So understanding how people react to the game is not just about yay or nay. It's about, is this what I intended for you to feel? So this is a communication exercise. We could talk a little bit more here about the MDA framework. I want to go into it. Maybe I'll do it really quickly here. So when it comes to the academics of this stuff, there is a way to think about it. I am a user experience designer by trade, so I was taught this design thinking kind of process, right? This is a way to actually make things with people in mind. But there's these other wheels too that I've picked up along the way, right? There's the scientific method you learn about in high school. There's the story circles written by it's Dan Harmon, who made Rick and Morty and Community. Then there's this Kolb's learning circles. Can you tell the difference between these? They're the same picture. So all of these circles are the same, right? They all represent something that's essentially the same concept, which is that in order to learn something, in order to advance a model, you have to have experience. That's pretty much it, right? Experience drives progress or refinement or alignment. So this is why testing is so important, right? No matter what you do, no matter which school or field you come from, the idea of just like touching grass, right? Where grass in this case is players, but don't touch them, but interact with them. That's what it is. I don't have to show you this part yet. If you're looking for a framework, I do have one for you. So the way I like to conceptualize this stuff is that you are trying to establish communication with your player, right? There's the game as you design it, the way you want it to feel, and there's the way the player is receiving it, the way they're actually interpreting it. And there is this framework called the MDA framework that I've kind of hijacked here, where you're designing systems that are mechanics. Those mechanics come together to form dynamics, and the way those dynamics feel when played is the aesthetics. So mechanics are the puzzle pieces, dynamics is how they fit together, and aesthetics is the feeling of them, right? The emotional picture. So connection, right? The point of that connection is to get a reaction out of the player, right? You're trying to make them feel something specific, and those feelings, we're talking about art feelings, right? Like what the feelings you get when you watch a movie or you see a piece of art or play a game, those are all dependent on essentially the player one having some sort of sense of what your game is and how to anticipate how it's changing, right? It's the way the experience is being contoured over time creates these feelings. So the questions you can ask yourself as you're doing this are like, can the player do what I want them to do? Do they know what I need them to know? And are they feeling what I'm intending them to feel? This is all modulated by tension. So drama, feelings of suspense, relief. These are all based on tension, and tension is something that we have a very good understanding of in two different domains. In the psychology domain, the idea of flow states is very well understood. So the player's capabilities versus the difficulty of the task you're asking them to do creates a zone, right? If there's a match between the difficulty and their capability, they enter the zone. If it's too hard for them, they'll become anxious. If it's too easy, they'll get bored. Likewise, as very intelligent monkeys, but monkeys nonetheless, humans have evolved to care about things. Their attention span is designed to be contoured a certain way. You care about things when they're important, and things are important when they have survival lessons baked into them. And drama is essentially the threat of survival being threatened, and then something resolving in a way that teaches us something about how we could survive better in the future. So it's friction, it's tension, it's threat being resolved. It's essentially peekaboo, right? And so as a game dev, your goal when you're working through this stuff, when you're thinking about how the player feels, how you want them to feel, it's really just an exercise in contouring tension, right? It's just about how can I make you, how can I shape the experience in a way that is either consistent with your expectations or changes your expectations, so that you feel the way that I want you to feel. And the analogy I like to make here is one of like stand-up comedy, right? Telling a joke or having chemistry with somebody is all about these contours, right? There's, if a stand-up comic is not connecting with their audience, then none of their jokes are going to land. So there has to be this kind of like common thread of not just, let's say if it's a story, an anecdote that's being told, the audience has to understand the anecdote enough to know where it's going next, and not enough to know exactly where it's going to go. They think they know what's going to go next, but they don't have certainty. And so a punchline, twisting it is funny because of that surprise element. And that release of tension is kind of where we establish memories. It's what makes something memorable or valuable, fun, right? Something is useful if you didn't already know it. And so surprise is a really important tool when it comes to telling story. And so that's how I think about all game development. That was a really poorly baked section. I know this is not great, but I know the content's right, but I don't think I delivered it well. I'll work on it. Point is, you're trying to connect with people. You're play testing to see if it's connecting with them. And the more confidence you have as a developer, the more you can contour that experience in a way that lets you better predict how they're going to think about your game, and then subvert those expectations in ways that match the expected feeling, those aesthetics that you want them to feel. It's a really touchy subject, and it's probably one that works better with example. I did have an example that I don't know if it's like worth doing right now, but I had this thing where I was going to go, okay, we're going to play a game that I made inside of Figma. Are you ready to play? All you have to do is predict what's going to happen next. Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the tension? Ta-da! Simple game, right? It's barely even a game. But there was something there, right? You could feel like something was going to happen. I was in control. And the game was more exciting or less exciting based on your sense of boredom, your sense of anticipation, what was going to happen next, blah, blah, blah. Peekaboo is the simplest game that there is. And the way that you play peekaboo. You know, there's layers to it. You know, you don't want to be too consistent. You don't want to be too predictable, but you also don't want to be too unpredictable because that's boring too. So it's really just all game design is just layers on peekaboo. Blah blah blah. Okay. So let's assume I wrapped that up really well. Part 3, making a game business. I don't think I have time for this, but I'm gonna rip through it really quickly. Okay. It's 6:44, which means we've been talking for an hour and 15 minutes, or at least an hour and a half. So I've hit the limit of what I need to. Creating a party. Okay, challenge. How do you convince other people to come along for the ride? The lesson: approach others when you're ready to evangelize. You need to be sold on your product to sell it to others. That line is different for different people and for different stakeholders. So, example: social media content creation. You want people to care about your game. First thing you have to do is offer something of value. Meet people where they're at. If people like to share game screenshots on some subreddit, that's where you put your game screenshot. If people like to share animations on the pixel art subreddit, that's where you share your animations. You go where people are appreciating the thing that you're making and you contribute something that they consider valuable. If you want to put tutorials out that teach people how to do something, go where people are looking for tutorials. If you're contributing value, people will give you their attention. Be conscious of the fact that you are putting time and energy into posting when you post, and also be and whether or not that's part of your game or part of a separate thing like marketing. Make sure that you actually have some sort of outcome you're asking for people for, right? Is it to wishlist your game? Is it to follow you on YouTube? What is it? If you don't have any kind of call to action, then the views just fall on soil that is not fertile. Blah blah blah. So that's social media. I'll build that out. Next is becoming a business, grant funding and pitching. So at a certain point, you'll realize that you can't fund your game alone if it's a big enough game. And you might need funds to help you publish it or distribute it or get it translated or put it on different platforms or to help you develop it. We're in New South Wales, so there are some grants you can do in Australia, in New South Wales, to get you closer to that. Here's the New South Wales ones. Here's the Screen Oz ones. There are also places where you can pitch your game, right? Where you can get actual access to real publishers. Go to these conferences, set up meetings. Blah, blah, blah. Where is my building the team part? Let's put this one right at the top. I feel like it's more important. So if you decide your game is just too big for you, you might need a team. For Insignia, I put out like a request for interests, like a call out to people who are interested in working on the game. If you are part of a community, a Discord community, or a live game meetup group, that's where you go. At least that's what I found was most valuable. I don't like outsourcing to people I don't know because it's too hard to quality control. But what I would do is basically put out a test. So if it's something small, something they can knock out in like an hour or two, that just gives you any indication that they can do the work. The portfolios are great, resumes are great, but actually getting on the same page, and even if there's like a round of feedback you do in that test, knowing how they react to feedback and how they work with it has been really valuable for me. So I had the means to do that, which was great. But you should also be conscious of like how this affects how your relationship with your team is going to affect the way that the game gets made. So are you bringing team members on as partners, as stakeholders who actually have like a revenue share? Are they contractors? Are they employees for a business that you own? These all significantly change the way that people will want to work on your game. So I talked about value before. It's the same, getting people's attention online is the same as getting people's interest to work on a team. Nobody wants to spend time and energy on something that they have no interest in future value for them. So contracting is really straightforward. I'm paying you to do the work, so it's money. But revenue share might be like contract work. I'm never going to convince you to put time into marketing my game if you're a contractor. But if you have a share in its success, and if the game does better, you get more money, then you might be very interested in helping me market the game, because when the game does well, we both win. So obviously revenue share means they get part ownership, but that ownership means that they're going to be more motivated. So there's lots of different aspects to this that is a legal minefield, but certainly something to consider. Market analysis. I'm too tired to talk about this now. I'm really losing steam, chat. So pitching is really important, obviously, if you need to get funding. But it's also really important to understand how to market your game in general, right? If you want people to care about your game as a game for the game's sake, as a product, then you need to understand how to sell it. And that means understanding what makes it stand out, what makes it unique, why is it valuable. So if you can distill it down to one sentence, an elevator pitch, that's great. If you know what makes it good, you want to put that to the front. Consider value over novelty, right? A lot of people will say, what makes your game different? I don't think that difference is necessarily about something that's never been done before. I think it helps, but I think expressing your game as something that has quality, whatever that is, that's more important than just saying you've never played a game like this before. It's also really important to understand, particularly if you're pitching your game, what that game looks like as a product. So where does it fit in the market? What are the comparisons to other games in the market right now? How do they perform? How do they review? What does a successful version of your game look like? Even if you know what the promise is, what does a delivered promise look like? That's going to help you out. Not just dealing with pitching, but in actually marketing the game on Steam or on making a trailer or posting about it on social media, right? The promise of what your game is and why people should care about it, that's your job to define. And it can be anything. So you don't have to do everything on your own, and ultimately you are going to need other people to have buy-in on your project. But you also don't have to do everything yourself when it comes to production. So teams are for what happens when you don't want to do all the things. If you want to involve other people, consider that they're now putting a part of themselves in it too. So maybe there's a reason to give them more control, because you need them to. And then when you work in these spaces, like I said, consider what you're offering. So why should these people care? Why would somebody want to playtest my game? Why would somebody want to stop on my TikTok? Why would somebody want to, purchase the game when it finally comes out? Understanding their psychology, having empathy for people who you want to be invested in your project is the only way to do it. You can't just expect people to care. And then the dungeon, the final dungeon. Why game dev is hard even if you have a party. Okay, so this is about production. the challenge here is, how do you actually finish a game? How do you know when you're done, and how do you come away unscathed? So the lesson here is about the fact that products come from productions. Productions come from projects. So your project, your game idea, or your Unity project is not a production yet. It's until it's got a timeline and a budget, it's just a bunch of files, right? But it's the production that creates the thing that sells money, and that is a lot more complicated. A whole separate enterprise. And in order to create a production, you need to start setting specifics, and those specifics, right, those concretions create constraints on your project. So we could talk about that. I will talk about it in the final talk. Basically, at a certain point, you have to be comfortable enough in what you're making to say what it's not, and to say exactly what it will be, down to the task, so that you can assign budgets and timelines and work and build people's expectations that you're going to deliver on that promise. And that's a whole difficult thing to navigate. There'll be a lesson there. There'll be some takeaway. And then there'll be something about success and failure and how to move forward and think about things after they're finished, which I'll need that advice later. It's now 6:55. I talked for so long already. Holy moly. This is going to need to be so tight by the end of tomorrow. But thank you so much for watching, and thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I have to now quickly start dinner, so we can continue this tomorrow. Thank you so much for checking out my stream. Let's raid Kebab Scale. I probably should talk about wish lists, shouldn't I? Early access, all that stuff. Yeah, we'll get there. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. This has been, I'm so exhausted. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. If you want to wish list Insignia, you can. I will see you all tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.